Whoa, Sparky! You're here early. Nah, you're prettier. Ba, ba, ba. But just saw you had gone live. You're so sweet. You deserve to be eaten in like the good way. That's a good way, right? Hi, Xylan. Eat my ass like it's an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet. I'm coming! I got my number! Kalani Moo! Crash out, wire NN. No crash out. No crash out, please. Kalani, I'ma need you to watch. Kalani, I'm gonna need you to watch the new Chainsaw Man movie and then play the piano song in that. Thanks. Oh, sorry, I was listening to Inuyasha while I was setting up. Sure, I'll get. Oh my god. Dude, I should just pay you money. I should just pay you money to play songs. That's like commissionings. Be like, hey, I really like this song. Can you do like a piano transcription, I think is the word? Or something? Dude, you could be making money. I'm just saying. You're sleeping on a gold mine. Right, I hope you're doing well. I think I've set up everything. Guys, I got up early and set up everything early, so I'm happy. I posted my going live. Bites you. Falls at is it not hi? Blue, oh my god, hey, how's it going? Forte, hello. Youch. I love you guys so much. How are you guys doing today? I got potential crazy gaming news today. Hey! Turkey. Trinkies, why are you owie? Going fine. I changed my profile. Oh no. What is your profile picture now and should I be terrified? I can't even see it properly. Vex, shut your mouth. It's too. Wow. What did I say? Okay. Ugh. Oh, this is cute. All right. What am I doing? I readied up. I went there. I did that.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I did that. I think I'm good. I think I behaved myself. Kiss me again for a girl you might have said. Kiss me again? I don't think I have. I'm not sure. Blue! Blue, how are you? I don't think I know. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. It's time to eat our assholes. Do do do. How are we doing? MK, I love you. It became night for me? Oh no! It's morning for me. Better than I have in a while. You're so cute, Blue. Minecraft, what is that emote? Hello! Yo, MK, I'm grateful you showed me who made the Mario world. Guys, there's a VR chat world that I found that has all the old, like, it's Mario Brothers Super Show. Like, it's a realistic Mario show. Big Hope, I love Big Hope. I know you like big things, Zanato. I love beating my cheat. What does that mean? You cheat? That's okay. It was nice saying hi to you, turkeys. V, how are you? Did he get? He did. Oh my god, V. It was like the first episode I put in. Like, I grabbed, dude, you grab a videotape, V, and you just like plug it in. It's wild. I wonder if I can show it. Let me show it off. I'll do non-VR mode. Okay. Hi, James. How are you? Plaps of Doom. I could like barely see it because it's like so small to my eyes. Much like Happy Lizard's tail. Oh no, how dare someone say that about Happy Lizard's tail. Dude, Hitman is such a great game. Guys, look behind me. Hope, why are you gay? Who says that I am gay? Guys, this is crazy. Oh, I'm in my Nova Beast. Cool. Oh, hey, let me sport my new avatar. Let me sport my new Avi. Weed Knuckles? Oh yeah, I have a bunch of like weed avatars. Are you surprised? Not the test. Oh, is it my test? It's just this. Yeah, I got something to show you, Mead. I got something to show you. Okay. W avatar or L avatar? Let me know. Oh, you can't even fucking see. I'm too big. W or L? W avatar? W. Wolfen, how are you? Bow, 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 bow. Mead, that emote is so funny. This is the Fluffkin, actually. It's the new one from Quaggy Char. Bow, 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 bow. W, thank you. Okay, guys, this goes hard. Wait. Shush the music for 2 seconds. 2 seconds, shush music. It must be still in the popular. It has to be still in the popular. Guys, come to the popular tab, scroll down, and not find what I... Oh, and eventually find what I want to show you. Guys, Super Mario. Somebody made this shit. Somebody made this shit. You come in. Does this sound similar to your VTuber? I think so, but I actually thought otherwise. I moved from the Wagon. Look! I moved from the Wagon to the Fluffkin. Got milk? I don't know what got milk is, but you come here and you're like, yeah, I get to be on like the set, move these pizza boxes so I can play like pool, or touch the pepperoni covered cheesy fast phone, just like V always wanted. Timo, hi. But you literally look. Here's the list of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Here's the list of the Super Mario number 3. And here's Super Mario World. Oh, Jesus Christ, Yoshi looks bad. Sorry. And then like King of Camelot, right? And you put it in. And you're like, all right, I'm gonna watch with my friends, right? Wow, I remember that way. Okay, sounds good. Oh my God, I gotta turn off the damn ass music. I think you turn it off out of here. Look.
All the fame. If your sick is in trouble, you can call us on the double.
Hey,
Hey,
I knocked my water bottle. I knocked my water bottle over.
Yo, you're in for a treat, so hang
Right? Wolfen is crazy. Yeah, it is funny, but yeah.
You'll be hooked on the brothers to the bridge.
Smory, hi. How are you? Look at this Smory.
Now let me see here.
And look,
If I move my
this makes me
vision
feel
forward
hollow, right?
36,
It's
because if I
them,
do that,
it's
then I won't
them.
be able to move
Gurgi,
this one
it's
here.
them.
But then again, if I move that one here, then I can move this one here.
Yo, Edison!
Well, of course, if
Ho!
this one here, yes.
Is there not a blackout in the Bronx you should be taking care of?
Well, I have a move here.
I know, but we haven't got all day.
Okay, here it is.
Lincoln's just.
That's it?
What is his
That's my
hair?
After all that planning, that's your move?
That's it.
I finally got you, Edison.
That's it.
That's it.
That's your move.
That's it.
It's just.
Checkmate.
That's spaghetti?
I just beat you there. Look at
One of
that.
these
Checkmate.
days,
Do they always eat?
Look at that.
Do they always eat spaghetti and pizza? Gurgi, I love you. How are you? Wilson.
figure of yours. I'm coming.
Right? It's like, my God. I have no idea. It's like their whole ass episode's like 20 minutes.
A sad-eyed orphan. No parents.
A sad orphan?
Just me and my shit.
Luigi's look when the orphan comes.
Come in, sweetheart. Oh, please, come out of my house.
How do you,
You don't
Wolfen?
have to have a name, do you?
Patty. The sad-eyed.
Anyways, the sad eye.
Mario.
It's just so dumb and silly, but you can come to this world and literally like watch the episode. I won't show it all, but like it's a fucking trip, guys. It's a fucking trip. What's the world called? Mario Bros. Plumbing. Look for this thing. Yeah, I need to say absolutely. I used to watch this weekday after school. Yes. I kind of want to watch all the episodes. Mom! Yikes! Paigey! Youch! And it's like the whole set. Like, it's the whole set that they're on. Like, how Luigi, you know, climbed up the stairs to meet the orphan. I don't even know if Bowser's on. Isn't it crazy? I wonder how this show was even made. Like, did they buy the rights to make a Mario, like, thing and then go there? Ouch, Maris! Stretch my cheeks! But I don't think I ever saw them, right? And then, like, yeah, if you ever want to switch episodes, just, like, put it in and you can watch the whole other, like, it loads, but... No, Smokey, or it doesn't load. My bad. GG's. Oh, you could watch it on this TV, too. I completely forgot. Bro, load the damn video. Okay, well, that sucks. That's awkward. I can keep feeding you tapes. Oh, now you want to load. And then, yeah, you could just...
Hey, paisanos, it's the Super
You just
Mario
come here.
Brothers Super Show.
Chill on the couch. If you want an old classic, you want old classic. I don't know, Gurgi, it's insane. It's like watching shit to Emu. Oh, Gurgi, there's so much. There's so much. Anyways, I'm glad I could show you guys. Tyra, I hope you had a W stream last night. This is important. It really is. It really is important media preservation. I've been meaning to actually speaking of like old classic stuff. I've been meaning to set this shit up. Okay, please don't be any naughty. Emu VR. The stuff where it's like it's a VR thing. Why is my eye itchy today? Did I touch dust, guys? Does it show? Yeah, this shit where you like spawn in your own room or whatever, and like you can have like your consoles and games and stuff like that. iToast, do you remember this, V? Hi, Leon. Oh my god, that's so many, Paigey. You have a TV that's playing old episodes. You can start playing your like Street Fighter 2s. Yeah. You played on this before? I meant to play it. And yeah, you could play with your friends too. It has net play. So like you can play these old ass ones. I might do a stream of this, guys. I low-key might do a stream. Holy shit, right? Am I making you shit yourself, Wolfen? Too fucking cool, right? But I can play classic with a heavy, uncomfortable thing on my head, true. I don't know, the index I feel is not that bad. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. I'm actively shitting myself, right? So, how is this not the perfect, like, friend hangout? Or even going on a date, like, and you can hang up your own posters? I think I saw somebody also be like had like figurines and stuff on it. They got Halo on this. You could put theoretically, you'd have to test it. You'd have to test if it would break. But you could theoretically Gurgi put any emulator in this like kind of thing. There's already some assets made for it, like the Super Nintendo or like Nintendo 64, and then go through the no Xbox. I think, well, that's what I was worried about. You could emulate the Xbox, but like it might like break. I would have to look at an Xbox emulator, or just put your like. Anyway, so we playing this, guys, or not? Super fucking cool. Yeah. Check it out if you want to set it up. Emu VR if you want to check it out. Yeah, they don't provide games. You have to bring your own, but they do have guides on how to do it, and it has to be PC VR, guys. PC VR. ISO, welcome on in. Anyways, want to know how to install? Oh, Fristy. Oh, Fristy. Why? What do I get on my YouTube sometimes? The Legend of Zelda History of Germany. Why? The Viking raids? Charlemagne crowning? How is this on my recommended? Was that it? Yeah, tell me. Lotion, hello, Tyler, thank you for that. You can't even see. Look, begin holy first crusades. Campfen, Hanseatic League trade of 1159. Cologne Cathedral of 1248. The Black Death? The Gutenberg Press? Like, this is on my fucking cast to spell that. No, Cyrus! I'm gonna lose my mind now. I'm sorry, I'm just weird. Okay. Anyways. I think that's all in gaming news I have to show you today. Oh, call him a ploopy? A ploopy? I love Cyrus. Cyrus is so fun. Okay, Pasta Cyrus, how's it going? Also, scary maybe news. I'm not good at spotting AI, but Marvel Rivals, you know, the game, might have AI art in it. I wonder if I could quickly show you. I'm upset because this is the game. I know, right, Wolf and Deity? Are you not even shocked? I'm shitting myself over this. What do you mean? You're not even shocked? I don't know. I'm gonna show you. It's gonna have Gen I in it. Oh, are they? Ew. Main Strix, I love you. When are we gaming together? When are we sending each other our socks? When are we, I don't know. They were doing so, yeah. I'll show you guys. I'm sketchy about it, but you guys let your own eyes be the judge, okay? I'll show you really quickly. Before we get on to actual gaming. Oh, that's fair. Do you think aliens use Gen I? Gen AI? Okay, it's sketchy. I saw this. Hold on. Let it boot. Let it go through the thing. Also, Double Sword is amazing. It's super fun to play, and I can't wait for Cyclops to come out. Cyclops is gonna be... You don't see his profit? Yeah. Dude, Cyclops is my favorite character. Has it recently engaged in inappropriate speech? Why am I... What? For screaming in the microphone, dinosaur? Take care, Dialer. Oh, it's because I said we were all, like, I asked if we were all autistic. Because we were like, we love dinosaurs, and we all like oh no, I wasn't even supposed to be a mean thing. That wasn't even supposed to be a mean thing. I saw I did too many slurs. Bro, I said, are we all autistic because we like the dinosaur character, and I got flagged? Misku, hi. Alright, anyways. Yeah, 100% AI detected too. It's this art. It's right here. Okay. Oh shit, this is gonna be so hard to show you guys. I wish I could zoom in. Okay, I gotta move my VTuber. It's on the actual girl. It's like the TOS, we don't, oh, yeah. How do I zoom in? How am I gonna show you guys? Wait, I got an idea. Okay. The star pins feel a little weird. How does this star pin? I mean, it could be human error. But like, this one's facing that way. It could be just a whatever error. But let's go down a little bit. Does that wire connecting to her bag, is that going in her bag or fused into the bag? I'm getting scared, guys. Hi Jade, how are you? I'm getting scared. That felt AI-ish to me. Does that feel AI to you? Fusing is a bad sign. Yeah, it's getting a little nervous. And whatever this thing is, I don't know what this thing is, but it's like, it's just, that feels like just like an out of place like pixel, I guess, or, oh, maybe not, but go to the club? What do you mean go to the club? The metro signs are also AI? Right, Maris? I'm scared, and I love this game. I'm annoyed because I love this game. Wait, I need to see this. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Transform. Fit to screen. Okay. You said in the... I'm shitting myself, guys. I actually like this game, and I'm so upset if I have to, like... feel a bit, because you understand how things... From what I can tell, it looks like they may have used AI for the animation. It could be, too. Where's the club? How do you go to the club? Is it the Hellfire Gala? Oh no, where is it? How do you get to the club? Go play, okay. Blood Hunt is really fun. It's really fun. I haven't played this in years. This has only been out for like a year. I don't know about the other characters though. I think they just dropped it on that one. Wait, another Times Square. Where? I don't know, Jade. I don't know. No, go play and then Times Square. Where is the Times Square, guys? Also, W Jeff Skin. It might have been because I said we're all autistic. Wolfen, you play this game. How do I get in? Paigey. Oh. Okay, I see you, Queen. I see you. I like my other one though. Guys, I can't find how to get into the club. Oh, Times Square. I'm so dumb. It's right there. Okay, where's the AI signs? I'm just curious. I'm really bad at spotting this. Let's do Iron Man because he can fly. Actually, let's do Angela because she can also fly, but I have the furry skin for her. And go down into the metro. He's so big. Why is he so big?
Despite my name, I am no angel. As our foes will see.
Where's the metro? It's at the back? The photo ops, the metro? Oh my god, I'm like, I think I went the wrong way. Dork, bigger? You want them to be bigger? I should have played Jeff. Oh, this the metro? MR got a hang. Yeah, it does, but we're finding the AI art, sadly. Ryoko, how are you? I was watching you last night, sweetie, but I was in VR, so I couldn't type. If I wanted to board. Separate. The ones hanging. What is that? Is this bad art or AI? See the scribbles? Yeah, I do. That's rough skis. Oh no. Our game. Why? You have so much money. Is that like they speak out? Yeah, if these guys have... Well, yeah, you're right. And they have normal words here. Guys... Oh, okay. Okay. Breed never changes. How do they dance like this? Hey! Hey, hey! Work it, hey, hey, go, shake it, What do you do? I didn't do anything. I don't know. That is true. It is something like that, but we were looking at another thing too, which is like a little bit nervous, the stuff too. Okay. I'm done. I'm done with this game. Chopka. That's all the gaming news I had. The sign, Ryoko, the sign with it's Moon Girl. I think that's the partner of, well, like the hero duo with Devil Soar or whatever. There's like an event she has, and I think her character has been like animated AI like, or as well as like. Dude, true, Paigey, to be fair, my ass is fucking fat. Ryoko, I love you and I miss you. I hope you've been doing well. I hope you've been behaving yourself. Ba 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 ba. All right, where we at? Where we at? Hot, you're hacking hot. Lately, despite graduating, being done with my, I've just been endlessly tired. It's your body, like finally exiting out of like, I don't know, constantly always like doing things. A fat ass panda dragon, I am. PAPD? Do 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 do. I got a fat. I got an ass. Fat ass panda dragon. I don't know. You were probably, but no, you'll shake it off. You'll shake it off. Don't get. I mean, you could get a little bit complacent. Okay, my bad. I was gonna say you could get a little bit complacent just because like you've been like working so hard. But I wish I did. I wish I did more after college.
Lizard.
Hope isn't papped. She's plapped. Hi, HopeDreams pose. How's it going, lovey? V, invite me to more Far West or gamble with your friends. God, I wish I was plapped, Gaby. I'm joking. Drawing curvy girls, please do. Any artists out there, get better at drawing curvy. Anybody. Wicca, Wild West. We play Gamba. I need more Far West. I need more gamble with your friends because it's so funny. You can sell your body parts. Yes, Leon. You can body part. You can sell your body parts for tickets. Anyways, what are we doing today? Guys, we are playing. That is true. That's so true, Cyrus. Actually, before we get I'm trying to think of the words. Before holy shit, why can't I talk? Before we get into Amazon DLC, Amazon 2, V had me eyeing, actually speaking of V, W streamer, by the way, V is a W streamer. I wanted to actually do my Restitched character. I saw V do it. I kind of wanted to take a peek at Restitched. The Mexico Ning, oh my god. I wanted to take a peek at Restitched because This is the next Little Big Planet, guys. Next Little Big Planet. I promise you. Hope Restitched character. V made his so good. Amazon DLC, is that the one where we deliver packets? Yeah, hopefully, without any damage. No, I haven't. That's what we're doing today, Kalani. For a little bit before I pretend I work at Amazon. Your Restitched character is crazy. And maybe the Restitched devs will come say hi. Do you think they will? I'm joking. I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, hold on. I gotta mess with the. Where's the oh no, windowed, please. Just for now. You know, maybe they're here right now. Pose, is it you? Maris Mel! Guys, you gotta pick up this game. You gotta potentially pick up this game. Well, if the demo is free. If the wardrobe demo is free, I should say. But look, welcome to the wardrobe demo. This is the go place for styling your very own stuffy. Dress them up and decorate them and preview them in the work. And share community stuffies. And to theme your stuffy around an animal, toy, human, or anything in between. And then save out of it. If you're absolutely in with it and think the others would enjoy it too, you can publish it to the workshop. Although I'm in the middle of, you know what? I am gonna move myself slightly, right here, okay? Because you can see the options then. I can make myself blind. Where is the cheek squishies? So what are we going for here? Pollinate flowers? Is this not Surfy Bee? And put out, oh my god, Davey, you have full permission. If anybody has any, like, if you want to make your own me or whatever to keep you a Welsh dragon, Sly Spy Panda, the pollinator, other side of the screen, sorry, slightly, listen. Wait, so how do I start? What is this? Are these outfits? Occupation, that's so cute. No owls? Well, holy BDSM bear. Where was that? Wait. This one? Wolfen, why does it look exactly like you IRL? These are just default outfits. Okay, where do I, how do I, let's pick a... How do I start from like scratch? V, where do you start from scratch? Since you're toxic, I probably should. Oh, Gergie, I love you so much. Take care, sweetheart. I hope you have a beautiful sleep. Say hi to the... Oh my god, it's a gummy bear. Say hi to Mrs. Cheese for me. The paw symbol? Oh. Oh. Oh, those are just outfits. Okay, hold on. Let's rock the beat. Let's get... I have to be naked. Okay. Hold on, paw. What is this stamp thing? Stamp your stuffy? No. Okay, paw. What's our base? How do I just choose none? Because this is just like, it's in the way. I wish she was naked. Of course, I'm not naked. I'm making. You're naked. All right. What are we going with? Fuzzy felt? Rubber? Oh my god. I know a few furries who would like the rubber. Sock monkey? Spotted cow? I'm not a cow. It's cute. It's cute, but I'm not a cow. A pool toy RP. You're not supposed to know that pose. Saturn High. almost spat on my coffee, Davey. Is that type of stream? Nazumi, hi, sweetie. Plain fabric. What did you go for? Gold? Leather? Squeak, squeak, squeak. What is that? Skull paint? Rusty? Ram? I like gold. Yes, it's gonna be the next Little Big Planet. Goat, geisha, fuzzy felt fish scales. The dragon scales look cool, but I'm a fluffy dragon, right? So I think we have to like, it's corduroy bear. I think we have to go for, ew, cardboard? Canine? I think we have to go, what fits my character more, you think? The alien? I'm as high as the alien. Oh, recolor? I can't find my colors. I guess I'm bubblegum. Stuffy. We'll just go a default. Top center? Top center. Design? Oh, you can also enter hex colors, guys. No way. Yo! Looks like it kind of did look like smell of a taste of the texture. A player literally asked how can destroy the damn LB. Wait, really, Dippies? That's crazy. Yeah. Wait, I fuck with this. I fuck with this. What does my mouth look like? I have a little like. I have a little thing. Hold on. I have a little. Like this thing, right? Hi, Shadow Fox, how are you? Oh, you use stamps, okay. I tried to restore it himself. Oh, shit. A part of me, okay, I'm not gonna lie. A part of me thinks it'd be so funny if I made the cow, though. I'll make two. I'll make two, guys. Maybe let's do colors after. Hold on. Let's start off with, oh, the wolf is kind of close. Guys, should I use the cat or the wolf? I think I should use the wolf. Hi, Fluffy Evie. What did you use? Stuffy default? Because my character design, I can't have it all, right? I can't have it all, but I think the wolf might fit color scheme wise, like pattern wise, a little more. A little more. And then that's white, that's good. What else do I have? What are these ears? Panda ear? Show me the inside. How do I color the inside of the ear? Is that a thing? Oh, I see. My fault. Yeah! No, I did it. Yippee, Jake, hi! Didn't destroy them in the first place? Oh, that's so weird. We did it. W. Wait, this is cute. Secondary color is fine to be white. And then, okay. Okay, we're at the start. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. What is this? Oh, you could change your ears. Cardboard ears? Cow ears? Oh my god. Guys, do those look like my ears IRL? What are the dragon ears like? Goat ears, cow ears, goat ears droopy, gummy ears, monkey ears. These panda ones kind of look cute. We did it. I think we do the pen. Oh, the wolf ears are more accurate though. Shit, I'm just gonna end up designing a damn wolf. All my homies hate wolves. Wolfen, it's a joke. It's a joke, Wolfen, I promise, I promise. I literally said that just to trigger you. I'm sorry. Okay, and then where's my anime hair? Guys, I need my anime hair. I hope they put me in the game. You know what? They should actually, the devs should put me in the game and I'd be a total simp for this game. That's all I need. I need them to like have like, just put me, the devs would be like, put your damn self in the game. It'd be like, do it yourself. We're busy over here. Cyrus. Can I actually make it look like a dragon nose? I think we go with this. Oh, wait, no, this hairstyle. It's a little short, but it's the only ponytail one. Yeah, I miss Little Big Planet too. I miss it. The best, it was low key, the best game ever. 10 out of 10. Oh, no, I fucked up. I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. That's okay, check it, get you. Yeah, exactly, Pose. That's what I'm saying. They'd be like, do it yourself. Oh, is there any horns? Instead of hat, can I have a horn? Oh, there are horns. Although the hats are kind of cute, guys. What is that? A robot antenna? Sasha, now is your chance though. Callie, I'm doing beautiful. Are you doing well? I love alien. Guys, what if I changed my horns to an alien antennae? Would you still love me if I was like a little bit alien? I think. I mean, glorp shit. If you don't want next question. Oh my god, glorp shit is crazy. Just fine. I love you, Callie. You're so sweet. Okay, guys, what matches? What do you think looks good? The dragon horns or small horns? Dragon? Small. Dragon. Small. Derg. Again, this is just gremlin mode, no ears. How did I turn off my ears, guys? Who turned off my ears? Quick question, who turned off my ears? Oh my god, it's starting to slowly look like me, guys. Okay, face. Animal eyes. Our boys, cartoon. Evil eyes. Goat eyes. Gummy eyes. Oh, lash eyes? Oh, you know it. I need the stoner eyes. Look, it's not tired eyes anymore. It's instead. Who in chat did it? This is how stoned I am right now. Yes, Maris. Smoke weed every second of your life. Okay, glasses are cute. Oh my god. Animal nose? Imposter nose? The heart nose is cute. Oh, I can have a dragon nose. Oh my god, this is cute. Zooted out of your stuffing mind. Guys, Dirk nose or animal nose? Dirk nose, animal nose. Goat nose, petty nose. Oh no, these. Wait, nostrils. Nostrils or dragon? Nostrils or dragons? I think it fits a lot better. It fits a lot better. Gosh, I wish I could stuff Hope. Take me to build a bear so you can build your bear. I will not stay up late watching Yowie. I will not stay up late watching Yowie. I will not stay up late watching Yowie. Puts the clown nose on. What would your voice box says? For me, daddy. I'm joking, I'm joking. Why is my VTuber lagging? I can see myself like moving, but I died. That's joke. No die, no die. A or B? A or B? Sinner. Oh, teeth? Lollipop stick? It's a joint. Guys, fangs or a joint? Fangs or a joint? Dude, why are you... Stop being so laggy. Joint, blunt? Okay. It's a lollipop stick, though. We can't say anything. Blunt? You guys are so funny. Smoke weed every day. Okay, actually, fun fact, Hope doesn't actually have dragon wings. She actually has fairy wings. Oh, a holstered sword looks badass. So I think we're gonna rock the fairy wings. Lore-wise, get your damn lore right. But they're more like spiritual summoning stuff. So she doesn't always have them. Yeah. Was that, what the fluff was that voice that came out of you? Everyone was asking if I was like a bear or a stuffed bear or whatever, what would the sound coming out of my thing be? For me, daddy. I did so much better the first time. Smartwatch because it's the only thing smart on my body. Next question. A knife? What the fuck? You have a knife? A wooden sword? A plushie? That's cute. It'd be even cuter if you could, like, you could edit the plushie, right? Oh my god, you can. So it'd be so cute if I could be like, oh, like, this is V. I have a plushie of V. Do, 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 do. You coughing, taking a rip? Oh my god. A smartphone? A sword and shield? A leak? Guys, leak spin is real. Juice box, flashlight, clipboard, wrench. Import other models as a plushie. Knife gives naughty bear body. You're actually so real for that. Alien ship? What am I? I'm like the fucking dude from Mario who flies in the little thingy, the little mouth thingy ships. Life buoy. Strap satchel. Oh my god, rock that purse, girly. The little cloud. Yeah. The necktie is super cute. Stethoscope. Pearls. Nah, it's okay. I know where to get my pearl necklaces from. If you know, you know. Badge lanyard, bow tie. Chains are dope. Chest fluff. Low key, the chest fluff goes hard. No, that's okay, Fluffy Evie. It's okay, sweetie. What is the Wolfen, behave yourself. Me says the most unhinged thing. Chat reacts. Me, behave yourself, chat. I fuck with the chains. I actually fuck with the chain. It's heavy, but I think the chest fluff could go hard. Let's just wait, because I think this necktie thing or whatever, or bandana, gives hella stoner vibes, and I think that's what we're aiming for here. Okay, what are we wearing, guys? What are we wearing to the ball? A ballerina dress, a crop top, an emo sweater. Emo sweaters are what I kind of wear IRL. I guess I could go cheerleader top. Pim! Oh my god, speak of the plushie and speak of the plushie and they're summoned. Pim the plush, how are you? Oh my god, you're so sweet. Oh my god, I'm not following you. Hi. I remember your name around. How's it going? Relk, how was Tall Trails? What's that game? I don't think I know that game. Hi friendo, welcome on in. What were you doing? What were you playing? Friends, we're making our plushie in the next Little Big Planet game. You should get this game too. It's called Restitched. Oh, it's certified gang. Yo, Pim, thank you so much for the raid. Friends, if you don't know who I am, I'm your #1 stoner dragon mom on the internet. I hope you're having a lovely day today. My name is Hope. And we just like to vibe and have fun and stuff like that. Follow my blue sky if you want to get probably a more accurate version of who I am. Invader Pim goes hard. Steven, hi. Wait, Invader Pim goes so hard. Track pants, sweatpants. You know we're rocking a skirt, guys. Ooh, slacks though? Diaper undies? Shripe needs these because he always shits himself. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. I'm so sorry, Shripe.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, no, I know. It was very, yeah, I know. And now I'm melting. Wait, oh no, my neighbor for a bit was also there before they went to Texas. Fuck Texas. I'm joking. Pose maybe. What's good, everyone?
I
Stephen.
should never have exposed myself in the elevator. It was wrong on so many levels.
Stop. That's so funny. Guys, am I wearing a skirt or running shorts? Not a pencil skirt. Jeans are so uncomfy. Yo, am I a hater? Am I a hater for saying jeans are so uncomfy? Let me know. Bunny slippers? Jeans are uncomfy, right? I'm running still now. Jeans are really uncomfy, right? But those track shorts, yeah, I see you, Pim. I see you. I see you, boo. Oh, wolf paws. More wolf job. All my wolves need jobs right now. All my wolves. My lupins, where are you at? I know you. I know you. More wolf job. I'm petitioning for your jobs. I honestly think the dragon claws are kind of cute, but yes, Wolfen. I like jeans. Really? Who knows how to refit them? Actually, Yushi, that's so real. Uniqlo jeans go hard. I'll look at them. Are just husband getting steppies? Wait, Shipe, that's so real. Alice, thank you so much for the streaks. When am I gonna get a wolf job? Sobs. I wish there was, you know what? I'll fuck with the skirt. Tail? So it's too scaly to be Hope's actual tail, my friends. That we need to find a fluffier tail, like the wolf tail. The panda tail goes hard, but it's a little... Hope has a more fluffy tail than she does a, you know. Yeah, I think the wolf tail goes hard. Okay, am I happy with the outfit? Yes or no? The only thing I'm wondering is if I would fuck with the emo sweater a lot more. The emo sweater and like some shorts. I feel like that's more me because I'm more of a comfy girl. I will steal your hoodie. I will steal your hoodie. Or your pajama pants. Fitted shorts? I didn't even see those. Fitted shorts with a crop top? I do kind of like showing a little belly though. Guys, because not to pin the tail on the furry, but I think most of us here could appreciate a little tummy. Say I'm wrong. Say I'm wrong, bro, and you're just lying to yourself. Oh no, yeah, give me that tummy. Yeah, right now they're my PJ pits. 100% tummy appreciated. Padding is an on-bone actioner. See, Yushi, you just need a chubby person to like squish into. Tummy raspberry. I once got a t-shirt made of Heather. It was amazing compared to the usual. Oh my god. I love it. Okay, I think I messed with this. I might mess with this. Guys, what am I in love with? Talk to me. Talk to me. Am I in love with the cropped top or the cheerleader top? Like the short tops here? Or am I in love with the emo sweater more? With the cocoa? That's not an option! No jacket? Yeah, no jacket. I don't know what I want to wear. I hope we can change outfits. That's my thing. I think I actually fuck with the emo sweater a little bit. I think I fuck with the emo sweater. Is that okay? Is that like not girly? To all my homies who like girls. To all my homies who like girls. Do y'all fuck when a girl wears a hoodie? Do y'all mind if your girl wears a hoodie? Hoodies fuck, right? Big wing goth GF, kinda. We can't use the stitch sort of hoodies, right? Make me next. Yeah, emo is cute. Okay. Better. I'd rather she did. Cyrus is like, I'd rather she not wear anything at all. It's a lot. It's obviously yours, Lucky. If you love a girl, if you've got a crush on a girl, give her your hoodie. That's like the #1 sign a girl will pick up. If you're too shy to admit your crush to a girl, Or dude, it goes both ways, I think, at this rate. Give her your hoodie. She'll understand the sign. She'll understand the sign, you know? Hoodie and shorts kind of look cute. Although I kind of like the flared jeans. With shorts that you can't tell she's wearing them thing was a whole look. It is. And it opened up my eyes. I saw this. I wish this didn't clip though. Because call me wild, but I think hoodies / skirts go hard. Like together. I can't tell. Guys, pick my outfit, because I can't tell, okay? Flared or shorts or pants? Shorts or pants? I think shorts. Liquor, that's the only thing you can do. Shorts? Okay, W shorts. Hell no, hoodies are pricey. I would rather be single is crazy. It's too hot for pants. I don't know about girl life, but I'm always hot and never wear hoodies to give. That's her. Oh, Laker, you're so funny. Do squirts? Do you think that exists? Okay, W, guys. I think we got it. I think we got our character. We just need to like mess with the colors. Hey, how did I mess with the colors? The wolf tail has to be my color. Yeah. Hoodie is okay being purple, honestly. Blue though? Wait. Purple with light blue arm thingies? Oh, there you go, Hope. There you go. You're cooking. Black shorts because we are emo. Claws. We can make them black claws or we can make them painted claws. I want it painted black. Squirts? Wait, I need to look up what squirts are. I don't think I know. You may have found my new fashion sense. Guys, rate my character. W character or L character? Let me know. Let me know. W character or L character? W, you can also adjust parts of the colors of decals. That's how you do your homophobia. Adiochromia W. Wait, I can change my eye colors? Are you sure? Where? Wait, put decals on the eyes. How? Wait, how? Wait, how? Grab decals from the right? Like the stamps? Okay, I didn't attend needs more existential dread. Wait. Grab the color swatches. Oh, okay, sorry, my fault. This stuff? Put 6 and 7 on the eyes is insane. Wait, so like... What does this do? Get the purple circle. Oh. Oh, like that? Dude, that's magic. 6, 7. Oh, sorry. No 6, 7. No 6, 7. Wait. Light blue. This should be... Oh, it colored the whole eye though. Wait, it colored the eye though. Now my eyelashes are a different color. How do I undo? Okay. 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 How do you reduce the size? Oh. Oh, Jakey boy, hi, thank you. I love you. Restitch, yeah, the sutures break. They need to do it again. They've restitched the wound. I'm gonna restitch your attitude in a second here.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Oh, wait. Wait. Sylvester, is that you? What up, Lucius? That's Pimp. Lucius. Don't get it twisted yet, man. He can call you whatever the hell he wants. Ain't nobody talking to you, macho man. Remember that, guys? Guys, I don't know if I like the circle. Like, I like it, but it's hard to mess with. Never had that problem, sorry. I wish Twitch had I have captions. Don't I have captions in it? Guys, do I have captions? Yes or no? Or do I need it? Did I break it somehow? No, you don't. Yes, you have. You do? Oh my god. Oh, you just have to turn them on. Yeah, see, I have captions. Not a Hope English translation. The circle might take practice. I think so, because look, it bleeds over a little bit. If you notice that, like, it bleeds. There. Like, that's not bad. Sure, there's some blue, but fuck it. We can't see serious. I have to play Amazon Simulator soon. That's good enough. Is she? Probably. Attic. It would be a contest actually between Attic and Sheeb, I think. And then you're saying, how do I get that pink thing? You were saying I could do a pink thing? Oh, but I kind of like the nose. The pink down the... I don't mind. Yeah, there should be like... Yeah, I'm glad you found it. I just don't know if it's as accurate because I gotta get better at enunciating. What is this? Is this... Oh, flip stamp? Toggle mirror mode? Look, you gotta get that anime. Wait. No, I fucked up the anime eyes. It's not bad. You can see what I'm going for, but... Oh, I accidentally washed it off. I washed off all this. I washed off all the work. Oh, so Undo button at the top. Oh. Okay, okay. Wait, how would you do my eye? Wait. Wait. How would you do eyes? I was so scared. If I click the reset button up top, V, not even a joking, I would have ended stream immediately. I would have just ended stream. You wouldn't have heard from me until Wednesday when I go back live, and I wouldn't even talk about the situation. If you were, if oh, there we go. How do I do the mirror mode again? X? I would have just been like, no. I would have, it's a push though. Do you need full eyes? What is that emote pose? Dusky's hi. James W. With the scary thought to risk the work. True. That's the thing. Like the scary. Okay, wait. Line pink, but it's not the same color. The only thing is, it's not the same color as my stuffy. Unless you could change. Can you change it? The color? I'll find out, guys. I don't think you can, actually. Those eyes are the most I see you. No, are they actually? Oh my god. Do those eyes look okay, guys? The stamps? Or do they look fucking weird? Oh shit. See, the anime I would go hard if you could color it. But I don't think you can. Wait. No, you can't. I don't think so. If I was a Furby? Guys, that's crazy. Like, I love the stamping idea, but it would be it'd be so cool if you could like actually color the stickers. What is this? But I don't think you can design it, right? We might leave it like this, because I honestly think I don't have... Although this lime pink, low key? How do I get that lime pink? Because that looks... This pink looks really good, and it's not one of their, it's not one of their, thing. Uh-oh. There. On the fur, and then recolor the plush fur. Oh, I see. But I don't know, unless, is there like a tool that lets you grab the color? Because that'd be the only way I can think about coloring it. Use it as reference? I feel like I feel like I'm spending more time on this than I should, but tweak until it blends. This better save. I put more effort into this than my own self at home, you know? That's so close. That's so close. Hold on.
Come. I mean,
Hold on.
I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have come.
Look, Pim.
Hold on.
It's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
Finlay, be high. It looks just like you. Wait, Hope as a twin. I'm making. Mano, you have to try this game. You even got the homophobic eyes. I know. Yes. Can't you? Yeah, but I don't know the pink. I don't know that pink hex color. Hi. Wait, where did I get that heart? That heart's kind of dope. Oh, it's not a heart. It's my eyebrows. See, look at it. Hi, Mano. How was your stream? Was it good? I hope you had fun. Thank you for helping me wake up. I will take them all. It looks just like me. Guys, are we okay with the eyes? Are we okay with these eyes? That's the only one. A sparkly eyes would make a cool tired feminine eye. Felt. I just like these. Your pink is. How do you know that? Are you high? IRL version. Give her the bust and she's ready. Yes, Okies, right? The homophobic eyes are an issue. Are they? Are you an issue? What did you? I had eggs, breakfast sausage, and toast. The lines. Oh, that's right. Every owl I meet is fucking smart. All right. I could leave them beady like a plushie though, if I wanted. That's cute. That's cute. Okay. How do I save? Save. Hope. Enter outfit description. Casual stoner Hope. Save. W. Jakey, what's the suggestion? The suggestion's gonna be like, never make it again. Rain. W. I don't think I can have a Buster Sword. Where's the items? I can have a sword. I can have a wooden sword if you wanted me to, but... A cursed plushie? I could. Or a plunger because I belong on the toilet. I could, but I plan on playing Death Stranding too. I love your style, thank you. I think it's dope. I actually think it's dope. Let's put on the workshop. Bubsy? There's Aang the Avatar? How is this person's name Scrotum of War? Retsuko? Nick Wild? Fren? Mario? Hello, Mario. Suckboy? Oh, Sackboy. Tsunoda?
www, full stop, Butterfield Diet, full stop, COM, call now.
How do I upload? Wait, can I upload this? How do I upload it? V, where are you? Cobalt! Where is it? Where's the upload button? And that's not all. Glorp Cat. QB. Oh my god, Perot from Changed. Glorp Slam. Oh, when you save it, it immediately goes into the workshop. But it doesn't show my workshop. Where are the devs to tell me how to upload it? Oh! Oh. You. Let's break the game. You somehow have to option to no, you somehow have an option. You think it would be the workshop, right? Well, that's what I did. I clicked the save outfit. And I saved. Look, it's saved. Edit info, publish. Everyone. W. Now you can all be me. No thanks. W, guys. All right, this is cute. It's been an hour and a half and I haven't started the actual game I'm supposed to play today. Yeah, save my plushie. And when you start making games in Restitched, put my plushie as like a NPC. Damn, I'm waiting on my Roomba. You just wanna, I have delivery. I love Mexico. My dad lives in Mexico IRL. Do I know where he is? No, well, actually, I have an idea where he is, but... Que pasa? How to act cool in front of my Mexican friends. K onda. K onda. No manches. You're kidding? No manches. Tequila, if your feelings say otra cerveza, por favor. Sip a horchata and eat a yo. Though I'm actually low key good. I'm actually low key good for a like a white napkin woman to be saying otra cerveza, por favor. Oh, I'm actually low key good. Bro, I'm multicultural in this bitch. I'm multicultural in this bitch. Dos veras, por favor. I'll make you say your intro in Spanish. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Gracias por venir a mi stream. Me llamo Hope y soy un dragón rosa. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca or something? You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. I'm multicultural, bitch. Let's go. Let's go. Dab, dab, dab. Yo, I'm gonna visit Mexico and Mexico's gonna love me and then feed me everything. Alright, what were we doing today? We were playing Sam. I'm Sam. Oh my god, I heard myself. I don't want to hear myself ever again. Hope is the George Soros deep cover operative. Yeah, I'm gonna show you something deep in a second here. Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Preparation H does feel good on the whole. Okay, where is it? Death Stranding. Oh fuck! I need my controller, right? Donde esta my controller, bitch? Sam, why are you looking pinker than usual? Cause bro accidentally rubbed his eye after he wiped his asshole. I have a PS5 white ass controller that's fucking breaking slowly. Sam, I didn't want to know that. Thank you. V, what is that emote? No, V, you gotta get the yo, Mead, where are you? Mead, show us the cow emote. Show us the cow emote. Can you restitch my bum? It has a crack in. I'm done with restitching though, so you have to have a gaping asshole for a little bit. Yo, Zeri, why your asshole look busted open like that? I'm joking. Look, it's the cow. No comment is crazy, dude. Right? It's the huh? Yo, load up, bitch.
Emotional damage.
We could be bottled. They are both. Let's get a week of being bottled. Oh my god, I want to be bottled. It's probably the best animated. Yeah, true. Twitch has ever made. It's Twitch's better one. I also have a serval. Look. This thing. Do you have this one, Mead? I have a serval Bob. By Dionysus. Oh my god, Dionysus made both of these. Dionysus made both of these. Oh, you just got the cow. That's okay, that's okay. Now, if you get 7 TV, you could have even crazier emotes. You can even see the ones we've uploaded in our 7 TV library. Hi, Zabi, how are you? Oh, it's a Zavi, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Zavi, 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 glorpy, glorpy, slammy, slammy, glorpy, glorpy, slammy, slammy, glorpy, slammy. Snake. Badges, 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 badges. Finlay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Your age is showing, Hope. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Disengage Operation Lightning Bolt.
No! Waiting for shader compilation? I'm gonna lose my mind. What do you mean there's shader compilations? Right in the 50s? Whatever Hope's smoking, I want some. I think I just had a lot of coffee. I'm gonna be real. That means you have shaders compiled. Ugh. So I shouldn't say nothing. No, it's okay. I like it when you say something, Mead. I like it when you talk. Mead, I want to go back to bed. How is it still 0%? Asking for a friend. The hell kind of shaders I'm pumping out, bro? What? Because I took my as needed. Oh. I kind of wish I had as needed medication. Is it W or L? Pose. Dude, I don't know what to do. I mean, it's a digital, so you really shouldn't tell you that much. Oh, okay. I got an admitted. Wait, like, it's actually... Should I reboot it? But the star, there's a star that's like... That's showing the loading screen. Oh, whoa! Yo, we get like an update on the story. In an attempt to overcome destiny as he following Lou's death, Sam falls on a mission to get to Australia and save humanity from the threat of the Death Stranding. Alright, W. Oh yeah, they're thinking that a new gate will appear. So they're thinking that that they might be able to connect the world, because after Sam connected America, a gate appeared connecting Australia to Mexico.
Feels good.
And Australia's like, shit, we kind of want this, because they're seeing the benefits of being connected. It's oxazepam. Is that shit that makes you lose weight? I'm joking. Oh no, no, it's okay. It's okay. It works so far. Let's just make sure everything, like my settings are good. For benzodiazepine. Oh, how do you know all these words, bro? How do you know all these words? Because I take the man. Puzzle to Australia. What does this mean? Did I do something wrong? Oh my god. Is this how the game? No, did I think I changed something. Wait. No, give me back what I changed. Yeah, my anxiety is higher. I took one of these pillows. I want to wean myself off my anxiety meds, but I'm not in a rush. I think. I don't know. I kind of want. Does that make it better? Where? Oh, it's a lot better. Zoe, how are you? So it's not more so my libido. It's more just seeing if I can do it, you know? I'm in a better place and stuff like that, and I have like so many tools. I actually don't really care about my libido personally. It'd be nice, but I'm not actively looking to fuck everybody, you know? So I feel like personally it would be like just like a, I guess like, but it didn't work out, obviously. You could do I believe in you, maybe. Anxiety meds are there to like be nice though, and like helps you fight the puts towel and lube away. No, ISO, I'm so sorry. ISO, you would be the only, because I'm your straight exception. Because I'm your straight exception, I would absolutely peg the shit out of. No, I'm joking. Dylan, oh wait, we were talking about normal shit. I swear, we were talking about Zoe. How was your stream? You were streaming this morning, actually. You were streaming this morning, right? How was your stream? W Dylan. We love you. No, Zoe streams. Skylord, sorry, I was asking Zoe, how's Zoe? I didn't even know you streamed, Dylan, if you did stream. In which case, I gotta... When did that happen? No, I'm not. I mean, I'm dummy, but... ISO's gay, but... I feel like ISO would be like, maybe with me. What was Zoe doing? Yeah, Shadows of Doubt. Dude, Zoe, there's a mod somewhere with Shadows of the Doubt that I think has a snail that endlessly chases you, and if it touches you, you die, but it moves really slow. I love Shadows of the Doubt. Hi, Questies, how are you? Wait, is it base game? Wait, is the evil snail in the base game? A few creatures? God, I wish you would do that to me, Quest. I'm joking. Wait, you can turn on, what does the rat mode do? Wait, guys, I might have to play Shadows of a Doubt again. That sounds so funny. Yeah, I heard they're looking to get acquired. I have a friend who might help me set up all my stuff through StreamerBot. Actually, the stuff that we're using our check-in, I might get my help setting that up. W Dylan though. How do we put this? Stream sponsored by your secret accounts? Oh wait, I have to stream sponsored by your secret accounts. Is that friend Attic? No, actually. Although I actually don't know if Attic uses StreamerBot. No, they're this Meeps kidding. They've raided a couple of times here before. But I think we raided him once. I'd have to double check. We have to head up there. Hi. What do you call a dragon that eats spicy food? A fire hat? You're so funny. Illegal account. Oh my god. Thank you for the lyrics, Abby.
Time to take stock of your armaments.
A dime to take. Oh, I forgot I have the little talking puppet. I'm gonna use this vehicle. Guys, rate the volume of the game. Is it too loud? Is it L? Is it W?
Sam, you're late with my toilet paper. I've been stuck here.
Toilet paper. In the shitter? Oh my god. Wait, give it a second. The game has to like... hello. It's warming up. Give the game a second to warm up. I know we're watching a slideshow animation in progress. Let's give it a sec. Crank it. Leg Stranding. Destra. Bro, why is it so bad today? Guys, all I just want to do is be able to play PS5 games on my PC. Is that too much to ask? I don't think I'm asking a lot. I don't think I'm asking. Yeah, what is this ambient? What? I don't need fucking shadows. Put that put that shit on low.
I'm sorry, but I cannot divulge any information about that client's secret, illegal account. Oh crap. I shouldn't have said they were a client. Oh crap.
Oh crap.
I shouldn't have said it was a secret. Oh crap. I definitely shouldn't have said it was illegal. Oh, it's too hot today.
Oh boy. Boy, is it hot in here or is it just me? More like Bados? Yeah. Wait. I keep... Oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. This is the... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Sorry, I need to charge the batteries. Is this charging? Hey! Hey! Hey, where'd you learn how to drive? Ruff, what? You see if I took off my... Oh, damn it, Dylan. Was so close. This is a charging station, right? Yeah, it's a generator. Maybe it is fully charged. It's got some extra visual novel mode on. Can you imagine post? Dude, somebody should put that in their game. Visual novel mode. That's so funny. Porting to... Thanks for porting Death Stranding 2 to PowerPoint. You know what? I got you. I knew it would be appreciated. Why is this so big, bro? Hi. What setting should be standard?
Sam, look. There are wild animals.
Wait, where's Zoe? Oh, I missed her text if I asked what it...
To be protected.
If I asked what, low poly setting for nostalgic? Oh, true. Cannot be used while riding a vehicle. There's naughty people here, guys, at the place of delivery? Dude, I'm so good. Cyrus, I'm so good at driving. I don't have any weapons, guys. That's so awkward. Doesn't exactly convince me. Hello? What? It's not. It's just not. You know what? Fuck you. I was gonna parry, but I don't need a parry when I can kick your ass.
Get to safety, Sam. You could pass out at any moment.
I didn't bring a gun. Now I have to fist them all. Pee on their bodies? Okay, hey, but how do you say it? Nah, bitch, bring your. Hey, Hope, when you're smoking and hanging out with a friend or something and they didn't bring anything to contribute, how do you, ow, how do you go about saying, nah, bring your own shit? And asking for someone buying and then complaining about my brand. If he complains about your brand, I feel like you should just say, first of all, you shouldn't even be smoking cigarettes. Second of all, I feel like if they complain about your brand, just say like, then stop bumming off of me then. I don't know. I would just say it to like that. I would just be like, if you don't like my brand, stop asking me. Or next time they ask, be like, this is my only one, or like, these are my only few. And I need them. And just say sorry. I don't know. Just be like, I don't know what else to tell you, but I don't have many left over. These are my only pie, yeah. I'd say that. Arguably, it sounds like the perfect time to quit. Because then they won't bother you for smokes anymore. Or what if you tell them you're quitting and you don't have, well, I guess if you have a cigarette in your mouth, it's kind of harder that way. I love how everyone's solution is just try quitting. Just quit. Let him turbo. But no, honestly, but yeah, honestly, if he's complaining about it, just say like, sorry, like this is my only pack and I need the rest. Like I'm not going out to get any more. And I kind of need these. There's nothing wrong with being selfish about your own cigarettes. $500 cigarettes. Oh, you could reverse psychology and ask for smokes first. Wait, W suggestion. What if you ask him for smokes this time? Enjoy your Fred. Take care, sweetheart. I love you. Have a good lurkies. This is the last guy. I just need a full-on charge. W, guys. GG easy, guys. I really like the Orville too. You know, oh my god, this was like 2 years ago. I don't know how many years actually. Don't keep track of my years. I was on a VR chat dating website, and I had met someone. And that's the only time I ever watched the Orville show. Was he invited me? He's like, let's like watch something in VR, and I was like, okay, that sounds chill. He was a weirdo. Spoiler alert, he's a weirdo. We don't really. He's the guy who sent me like a picture of a dildo and said he lost his virginity, and it was just like the weirdest thing ever. It was a weird time. Wow. No judgment, but but the only time I actually enjoyed the date was the Orville. He had access to the Orville, and I watched it, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I realized when I was only showing up to the date because it was the Orville we were watching, that was when it was kind of. And it was for the show and not him. L dude, kinda. L dude. Bro, take a girl VR fishing. It's easy. Roxy! Show her how to unlock the volcano, Roxy. Trust, it goes hard. Hi, Roxy. How are you, sweetie? Imagine soaking Lucky Strikes and complaining about other brands. I don't even know what that means. Girls love friend swap games. Oh, they do. I think it depends on the girls, but you are right. I think a bunch of girls like them. You gotta find what a girl likes, though. See, me, I like long-term games or whatever. I like games, well, as much as I like my silly idol, whatever. If you were like, log in, let's make new World of Warcraft characters and go on an adventure, I'd be like, yeah. My sub is already active. Where are you? No, I'm just... Yes! The battle skeleton! The battle skeleton! We get to go fast runnings! A grenade pistol? Persona 5 Stream 1? I should try that. I can fish in the volcano now. Yeah, Roxy took me around and taught me some things about the fishing world in VR. And he has a speed bout. And he has a speed boat. I'm sorry, Vega. I call it in an endearing way. I promise when I say friend swap though, I call it in it's endearing. You want to set up a private Missa Pandaria, sir? How do you do that, Roxy? Oh, I forgot you're a nerd. I forgot you know how to do this shit. Got access to the volcano? Yeah, I might already have one. Wait, you run your own. Wait, Roxy. Wait. Hold on, Roxy. You run your own private server?
We've been seeing increasingly dramatic anomalies all throughout the Australian continent.
Or are you part of a private server? I need to know. I'm so curious. I like retail and classic WoW. Like I'm sub to it. But I really enjoyed, there was two, I forget the second one, but I really enjoyed Ascension WoW. Ascension WoW was pretty fun. The more recent season was kind of like mid, though, with the cards. I like playing their season stuff. Not something public. That's so cool. That's so cool. And you just run, that's crazy. For Vega, really? Gotta get my day going. I hope to see you, but I will. Cyrus, goodbye. Have a good day. Big hugs. I hope you're streaming later or something. Stay with alert. Couple cores. Wait, can you run a Minecraft server, Roxy?
That's some good work, Sam.
Whoa, what?
Well done.
You're so cool, Roxy. Did you know that? I did know that. Okay, good. Oh, shit. Oh, I only had 70? Oh, oops. I need more Kyle crystals. Actually, sorry, can I take back those Kyle's crystals, please? I thought I had, oh yeah, the chemicals and resins. So now, I kind of want Kyle crystals on the go. Unable to recycle? No, give me. I do want to recycle my shoes though. We need better shoes. We're gonna build better shoes. Effortlessly flexing on us, right? I want to play Minecraft on my subathon in September with all my friends. Is gold? What's the difference between gold? I like gold. Is it just more W? Put on footwear. Oh. Alright, take on orders. What is that? Breakable cargo delivered encrypted device used by the brigands? You will not receive an additional evaluation when on the story difficult. I'm not though. I think I'm on the normal one, right? Oh, that's not that far away. Let's go. Let's go there. That sounds pretty chill. Where's the other one? Okay. Place in backpack. See you, no spookies. That's cool though. A Mist of Pandaria private server. Isn't there a really? I feel like there was a really popular Mist of. I used to play on a Mist of Pandaria server because I was waiting for Classic to catch up. What do you do in Classic WoW nowadays? Is it still at Mr. Pandaria levels? Wonder. Oh, I should have arranged the damn cargo. My fault. What's at my feet then? What did I put up my feet?
Thank you.
I kind of want the PCC and I kind of want the ladder. Spookies? Cargo management? Dude, I have so many blood bags. Dude, oh, I love that. I love how I have... Okay, now we have hella skeleton rings. The skeleton thingies. What is this one? I'm trying to go somewhere. Thank you. A gate. I love how gate quit. Oh, shit. That's a gate quit happening right then and there. Okay, we gotta go to the government base. Is there any evil people? No, there shouldn't be. No, it's just like a back and forth trip. Why don't we just drive there? Where's my car? I'm not sure. Oh. Have you been subbed at all to WoW though? I feel like... Because I feel like regular, like classic WoW is at Mr. Pandaria. Well, I don't know. Okay, where are we headed? Dude, people already built roads. Or this might already have been a place. Let you go up to miss? Okay, see, that's pretty cool. Hey, yeah, if you don't want to sub. Apparently, if you don't want to sub, just ask Roxy. Oh, I wish there was like a dirt bike in this game. This game would be so rad if there was a dirt bike. 5 likes received from Lou. Oh, I love you too, Lou. That was like the easiest side mission ever. Like, who's not taking that? He's gonna dabble with the first one again. You should dabble with the second one. Or is it too pricey? Understandable though if it's too pricey. You could check on the website that rhymes with penguin and the other website that went from CD Keys to that other funny name. Way worse than yours. Oh, Sag. Sag.
Hope we can count on you in the future.
Hi, Mizuki. How you doing? It's good to see you. Does this guy have orders too? I don't want to just be side ordering all day. I want to actually like... Oh my god.
Good look at the tracks.
Dude, it should be... Okay, I could do this one because I have to go to there anyways. So let me go back and... Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. We'll do that one. They should give everybody free computers to keep up with the times. We should get, you know how people got COVID money? We should be getting like money to help us through dying computer times when graphic cards and RAM are expensive. Thank you for the learn. Nah, Fluffy, you think so? You're too kind to me. I hope you have a beautiful day, Mizuki. Take care. Always a pleasure seeing you. When I wake up, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. Bonk, bonk. And I would drive 500 miles. I don't like how that's raising. I think, isn't that usually a sign of like... Oh, that's like the sign of like slow deterioration, I think. Right? Ugh. You see, it's crazy, girl. On your fingers. All right, quickly, I'm back with food, Steven. What are we eating today? I personally don't see the point. I mean, sometimes I guess I read gender song for lyrics, but like, I'm kind of comfortable in my own gender that I don't need to change it for me to feel better, because I know I'm singing a song about like... No, I get you, see, I get you. I guess sometimes I would say that, but like, I don't know.
Welcome, Porter.
I'm not really insecure. I'm not saying other people are when they change the lyrics, but like, I'm not like... I don't know how to describe it. I just sing whatever the usual, like, song lyrics are, because that's what the songwriter like wrote it out to be. But that doesn't stop me from changing the lyrics though. I've done it like multiple times. I think it just depends on whatever depends on the mood. I don't know. Wait, is this do I have to, the staff that have asked you to restore a nearby mine? Deliver the following meters to the Smoke Hill mine. Okay, so we do have to take it. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. Ham and cheese with cool. Wait, why are you? Oh, I'm a hater, Steven. You might be like, are you out of your mind, Hope? I'm low-key a hater for Cool Ranch Dorito like chip thingies, or rather. I don't know why. I can't stand Cool Ranch chips. It's funny because I don't mind the flavor of ranch. Like I will have ranch with veggies and stuff like that, but for some reason chips for me, I don't know, I don't like the way it feels on my tongue. Ranch nacho cheese, really? Over nacho cheese? Damn, ISO. That's a difficult hill you're dying on. No, that's understandable, but I'm annoyed because I always wanted to like Cool Ranch Doritos, but I feel like I'm like the only one who doesn't like Cool Ranch Doritos or Cool Ranch chips or whatever the case be. Down some 24 meters. You need it down from 24 meters. Do you like playing as Huntrons? I like nacho cheese. Would you drench yourself in nacho cheese, yes or no? You're not the only one. I'm not a fan of cool. My in-law loves them though. Oh, fair. At least we bind. Wait, do you like that? Do you like Yushi, do you at least like the salt and vinegar chips? All dressed chips, yes or no? All dressed chips. Sun chips are so W. Wait, low key. All dressed, absolutely. Now, don't get me wrong. I love my all dressed chips, or I love my salt and vinegar chips. But if two are there, I will absolutely like. Absolutely like the all dress. True. It is peak. It is peak as a flavor. I think if anybody ever visits Canada Land though, you gotta try all dressed chips, or find a place where they sell all dressed chips and go from there. Vinegar ruins it for you. Say word. Not gonna hate you for it. Okay, good. I just always want to impress you. That's the material. I just always want to impress. If you don't really have it. Oh, wait. Oh, so it's one of those restore things. Oh, it's teaching me I could restore different things, and if I had even just a little bit, I could put it in. Coughing fizz make me pucker up like a raw lemon. I like ketchup chips, but real talk, ISO, all dressed is better than ketchup chips, I think, for me. Use chiral crystals to mine. Oh, this actually mines. Mines? There's like chiral crystals right here. Ooh, garlic. Oh, I'm a dirty hoe for garlic. When I was younger, I yearned for the mines in the city. Guys, it's getting goopy here. He said, someone you grow up, will you be the savior of the broken, the beaten and the damned? I want to know how this miner works. Yo, chat, any miners in the chat? Oh, you need a no. Sorry, my fault. It's bait so we can find out if anyone is like underage and we ban them. The Minecraft stopped your aging. Oh, whoa, man, that'd be wild. You know the meme too. That's so funny. Minor, maybe. I mean, not to sound dangerous or anything, but I used to go into the mines at night in Minecraft. Oh, more chat cord. I honestly should, like, you have no materials that can be contributed. Are you sure about that? What did I mine then? Wait, what did I mine? It requires special alloys. What's in my bag? Okay, yeah, when I gather up enough like unban requests, we'll do a chat court stream. What's that game? Hi Ball. What do you want me to call you? Ball Turkey? I kind of like the nickname Turkey, but if you don't like it, you can let me know. My guy just got over being rejected. I think he's willing to try again. Oh, to try again with me? Or someone else? No, sure, no problem. It's cute. Oh my god, yeah, with you? Dude, oh no, Megan, what's gonna happen, bro? Gobble once, many times? That sounds funny. How depressed was your guy? Like, what did you have to do? Was he just like... Oh my god. So I need to do a stream again on Tomodachi Life. I've been slacking on my Tomodachi gameplay. I've been making people off stream a little bit. But Tomodachi Life is so funny. You had to get all your friends to talk to him? Yeah, Steven, do you like Tomodachi Life? Oh, I gotta make Steven. I don't want to know how I look in Tomodachi Life. I haven't gotten to you if you've posted. I'm bad at drawing. People already know that this is what they're gonna expect. Although I have been finicking off stream with some people's looks to make them better. Oh, I did. No. Good. I'll get good at it. Just let me practice. Wait, I have a stylus though, so maybe I could see it would be so good if I had like a pen to put on my Switch. Drawing with the joystick is actually like wild.
We're increasing your allocation of...
Oh my god, massive W. Strand cap boost. I got like...
And it's a good...
See you.
I've shared data with you for an electric shock absorber you can...
An electric shock?
It'll reduce the damage you...
Oh wait, that's kind of cool. It'll like it'll block those shock attacks. Wait, Sam what? Sam what? You want us to talk to me? Go to your private room aboard the DHV. Okay, I should probably, I'm gonna store these because I went mining at night. Might I add, flirts with chat. Did my attractive list level just go up? That I've survived mining at night a few times. Not all the time, but a few times. How do I get my private room aboard the ship? Okay, so plot time. Where's the ship? That's the ship, right? Okay, it is. Dude, this skeleton. Oh. There's my favorite one is the speed skeleton. That's like the best one.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, let's take a break. Let's take a break. Yeah, my fault, my fault. Go to private room. Oh, my Switch 2 is probably dead. I actually left it off the oh yeah, it's dead 100%. I left it off the Switch thing. Maybe I'll do, what am I doing Wednesday? What am I streaming this week? Maybe I'll fit in some Tomodachi Life. Gas Station Simulator 2. We have a... Not yet, not yet. I did see it though and I got excited. I wanna watch it. Oh, in a couple of days we get, I mean, the full release of Forza comes out. That's my sister. She sacrificed herself so we wouldn't blow up.
Are you all right? You were talking in your sleep. Kept repeating the name Amelie.
Yeah. I wonder what it's like to be a puppet.
I'd like to brief you on this next order of yours. Once you're ready to head out, access the delivery terminal on the DHV Magellan to proceed.
Okay, choreography. Man, I wanna go into VR chat and do lightsaber fights. I need to buy lightsabers first.
The files say you worked with Amelie to connect everyone in the UCA to the chiral network.
Yeah, yeah.
But that despite your best efforts, an extinction event known as the Last Stranding seemed destined to kill us all.
Yeah. So Amelie found a way to put a stop to it.
Sealed off the extinction entity's beach.
Yeah.
Preventing countless BTs from invading our world.
But she had to stay.
But why am I telling you this? You were there to witness it all with your own two eyes. And you, of all people, must know that humanity can never truly escape extinction.
Is that true?
If we succeed, we will be fulfilling Amelie's dying wish.
Are humans just bound to get extinct? Yo, friends, I don't want to go extinct already yet.
Weapons they were wielding were impressed. You know, Sam, you can have me scout ahead if it would make your life easier. Just toss me into the middle of their camp, and I can give you a better picture of what to expect.
When the universe dies? No!
When the first APAC... What? Break?
Alright. Thank you for the chit chat. I appreciate you. I need a shit and shower. If it's natural. Hi, Sam. Hi. Let me take a shower. In peace. Damn, we only have switches for hot and cold? I just saw that. Where's warm? Or do you put both? Or do you put both on? Oh my god, Sharp. Not as gorgeous as you, boo. What do you mean? Like, me? Today? Oh, you charmer, you. Steven, do another thingy with Sharp. The multiplayer stuff, the silly things you do.
That's it. Everything's okay.
Yeah. And then invite me. No, I'm joking. I heard League of Legends for some reason is on there. On that list of archipelagos. Oh yeah, let's see the crypto bite. Have a quick snack. Have back a few teas. Maybe. It sounds fun. That's pretty silly. I'm always shy. I want to try karaoke. There are some like fun karaoke worlds in VR, but like I'm always too shy to do them. I usually just watch the people sing, but I'll like mute myself and sing along because I'm like, oh, I like this song or whatever. Karaoke sounds fun. I just don't want to be laughed at, guys. Whoa.
My word. My word.
Damn. Especially if I know the song. That means you're W. That means you're so good.
What was that just now? Did something happen?
Yeah, my frames, they're gone. Where did you put them? Okay, we gotta talk to the... We gotta talk to the dude. No fear. That's the best way to sing.
Next site we wanted you to bring online with the Cupid.
What? What's the problem?
The tar currents nearby have grown unstable.
Okay.
Under these conditions, it's unlikely we'll be able to establish a chiral
On a game with a lot of people. Yeah. Let's play Phasmo. Let's get ourselves killed in Phasmo. Steven, let's turn it on to the highest difficulty, and you and I have to both choose a room without any knowledge of the ghost. And we have to see who can hide and seek the longest. Okay?
The client
Destroy the communications receptor and deliver the mysterious recording to the musician.
Hey Sam, this is Tarman.
Can we get a DOT? Oh my god.
Is located in this area.
It instas us.
Whatsoever destroying it using MP bullets or MP shells.
MP bullets or MP shells, okay.
Consider getting close enough to access the device directly.
Okay.
You can use your ring terminal to have APAS hack into it, allowing you to disable it without resorting to brute force.
Oh, so I could just like sneak in.
That some of the brigands you'll encounter on site will be wearing armor protecting both their heads and bodies. And that every one of these
What do you sing? Do you have like a list of songs, or do the raiders get to choose? Same, Steven.
close quarters. In light of this development, we've gone ahead and added armored enemies to our VR weapons and combat training programs.
Oh, okay, cool.
This way you can experiment with various methods and find a means of dealing with them that's suited to your personal strengths.
W.
That's all the information I have for now. Review your potential routes and finalize your equipment loadout before heading out. We're counting on you, Sam.
Hell yeah. Okay, next meme. Oh no, friends, I'm kind of hungry already. Or am I just thirsty? Am I just dehydrated? Somebody said that sometimes you get the feeling of being hungry, but you're actually dehydrated. Oh, I do have an assault rifle. It's just not on my hip. Hi, Alex. How are you doing? I missed you. Once it was Ozzy. Oh, okay, okay. I see you. I can smell you. Oh, let's level up our character. Oh, yeah. Particular bands is kind of cool. I made a route for myself, right? Let me just remove all markers so we could just like go fresh in. But no PC sucks. Oh no. Are you having fun though? Are you there for the weekend? You play Phasmo 2 Sharp? Yeah, I'll be back early Tuesday on the latest. Okay, that's fair. More boys. Guys, I've been watching the new season of Boys and it's wild. It's so fun.
Sam, is your arsenal looking a little light, or is it just me?
Don't worry about it. Just streaky. Well, I gotta go outside to fix downspell. What does that mean? Be safe, Yushi. I hope it's not too bad. Yeah, get your check-ins. Girl, get your check-in on. Tell me your favorite song. Set up at some time, whenever. Would you like to do a setup a time? What is that emote? I love it, Steven. Maybe. I gotta think. Are you wanting to stream or just vibe? Wolflink! Wolflink, Wolflink. Vibe? Oh, that's fair. Remember, need to be faced. Don't get away from. Oh, I was reading. The water. Don't get away from the building.
Enough already.
Horses? Wait, you live near horses? You live with horses? We'll think you're the cutie. How are you? We're both the cutie. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just vibe offline low-key. There's some fun that could be had while you're streaming, but there's also fun to be had like when you're like not streaming. That's cool. I want to see horsies. Yeah, I'm doing well, Wolflake. It's good to see you.
Trouble nearby.
Do they see me? They already see me. How do I? I don't remember how to crouch again. R1. Bend your knees? I meant like, wow. I miss the scanner where like I could ignore their scans. Like they scan me, but I could throw it a scan. Yes. That's awkward. Awa. Awa, Alex. Awa. Oh my god, he doesn't know.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
Vega, what is that emote? Is he recycling or not recycling? Why did I call it recycling? Oh, he's taking him back. That's crazy that they have people watching. I need a silent sniper rifle that doesn't kill them so they don't void out. That would be a W weapon. That's hot. That's hot. Do we miss that? What is that guy? Is it Will Smith? What is Will Smith doing right now, you think?
There we go, get out of my way.
Mourning his career, smacking Chris Rock. Those are the funniest answers. There. Wait, I'm gonna use your smoke grenade, bro. There's somebody right there. Yeah, there is. And there's a couple of people there too. Ooh, this is a little bit spicy. So my goal is right over there. I could like... Are they watching? No, they're not watching. Nice. Caffey, hi Caffey, Caffey bites your protogen face. My face! Oh no! Okay, where's that tower? Honestly, that tower is a little bit of a bother. Just because he could spot from our... Wow! I know, right?
There we go. Get out of my way.
Hey, gentle. Wait, you don't see us. You don't see us. Balls. I didn't even see it, bro. How did he know? Hide. Do protos have a fuzzy? Yeah. Have you ever wanted to bite your TV when it was all like fuzzy like? Only when it's turned on. I'll show you something that's turned on. Oh shit.
There we go. Get out of my way.
Oh yes, he doesn't know. Can I just take his car? Like, I'm kind of low-key for real. Could we just, like, rob him? We had so many White Castle sliders. I need the exact number. What does a White Castle slider taste like? We don't have them in Canada, do we? Oh, don't get spotted. Is that the thing under the... No. Close though. How did they find me? Wait. We ordered 30 of them. Are they small? I need a White Castle, guys. I need a White Castle burger because Harold and Kumar once went to White Castle, and as a fellow stoner, I feel like can I not throw this? I do. Have you ever had White Castle? Kalani? But crystal is basically the same thing. Okay. I meant to go in and out on this mission, like in to destroy the thing and out, but I actually feel like I've just like decimated half their troops quietly. Like, look at them all laying. Look at that one guy who's running everybody to emergency. Like, oh my god, all my people are dying. Like, poor bro. I mean, at least they're having like a little nice nap together, you know? Like, they're not alone in their nap, you know? See, this guy's gonna come in the tent and he's gonna be like, holy shit, there's 3,000 bodies in here. What should I do about this? I need to investigate all these people laying down. And then nap time, you join the sleepover. I imagine meth to be similar to go. What does that mean, Alex? These guys haven't been invited to the sleepover though. They were close, but I imagine every order is a minimum 20 sandwiches. No way. Do you think so? They must be cooking burgers like way fast though. Do you think everything's cooked to order at White Castle? Or do you think... Or do you think like they actually like keep prepping instead of groups of 6? Kenku, hi! Oh my god, I love your name. I love your face. How are you? The burgers are super thin. That shit must cook fast. It must be like in and out. Not like in and out burgers, but you know. Yeah, they steam them on a bed of onion. I kind of want... God, now I want a burger. Oh, I had Carl's Jr. last night, guys, by the way. It's kind of W. Carl's Jr. is actually kind of W. I had a lettuce burger. Lettuce. Hi! I've been meaning to watch your streams. I feel so bad I haven't swung by to Liquid Ghost, but I just wanted to let you know I haven't forgot about you. I hope you're having an okay day. No, you're fine. Lettuce was lettuce. It had more. It was like tomatoes and onions and stuff like that. I was just trying to like, I just also may have treated myself to jalapeno poppers, and I know that's not doing a favor for my tummy, you know? Someone motivate me. You can wait till I do my laundry. Yeah, thank you for the shout out. Fenray! Wait, I know you, Fen. Hi. Fen, what's that snack? What's that a snack? You wait, no, you're the snack. What the heck? Hi, friends. Welcome on in. W raid, yo, everyone. W Fenray for the raid. Nikki, hi, friends. Welcome on in. I've seen your name around before. I swear, I've seen you around. Like You've typed in this chat before, I'm pretty sure, haven't you? Wait, no, first time chat? I swear you've been here before. Maybe I don't know. I swear I've seen you before, but it says first time chat. Hi, friends, welcome on in. Oh my god, Mouse PI. Where are you in Mouse PI for hire? Are you enjoying it? Are you having fun? Don't know, but like you, I do follow you. Yes. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Fenray, for the follow. Friends, if you don't know who I am, I'm Hope. I'm your #1 dragon mom on the internet. I hope you're having a lovely day. I'll have to visit your streams. Oh, we did the police. Okay, you're in the police district. I know where you are now. Stunned the streamer? I'm being freaky? Oh my god. Being freaky? Dang. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. Friends, check out Fenray. They seem pleasant. And honestly, chaotic comfort. That's how I describe my stream. So, you know, if you're watching my streams, I'm pretty sure Fenray is also pretty W too. Thank you so much. Now, don't feel shy if you have to go eat, if you have to go do stuff. I know streaming can take a bit out of you, so if you do need to go, totally okay. Don't feel like you need to hang around. But if you do choose to hang around any friends or whatever, I love you guys. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'd love to talk to you. Death Stranding is great. I'm playing the second one, so arguably spoilers if you haven't played it, because I know this game is like super pricey and it just came to PC.
Oh, good job, Sam. You've disabled the target. All right, let's deliver the cargo.
Is this a stealth game? You don't have to stealth, actually. I've just stealthed this area myself. I've stealthed this area myself, but I've gotten guns blazing before. Oh my god, please play the first one. Yes. Oh my gosh, please. Thank you so much for the raid again. I can't wait to check out your streams back. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on for when you stream next. Have a lovely thank you. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Yes. Hello, me, huh? Fen, why you look different? Guys, I'm sorry to out Fen, but she's a furry now. GG's, guys. Me entered raiding. What is that emote? That's so cute. The stretchies. Okay. I think I've actually cleared out this entire base stealth-wise. Everyone's having a beautiful nap. I'm taking this car. I'm sorry. If I could take this car. Oh my god, that's so funny. I have a freaking tank now. Thank you for the alert, Fannies. It's so big. Already was, I know, space. Sorry it came to this. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, though. And I hope you're having a beautiful, relaxing Sunday. Does this go fast? I hope this goes fast. Spaced? What is that emote? Are you? Is it spaced or spiced? How should I call you? Your German mistress? What does that mean? Sounds like you have somebody who's a little insecure. It was Spice. Sorry, just call me Johnny. Got you, Johnny. What do you? How does he do that? Strength of will.
Requisite focus can be rather exhausting, but I'm happy to grin and bear it since it's for your sake. So,
I think I know what mistress is. Or usually some people refer. I mean, I guess it depends. I've known the term as mistress as to be someone who's not your wife.
So don't hesitate to ask for
Man, if I had somebody who told me who I can and can't watch or can and can't be friends with, I would have low-key like bailed on them. Imagine your free will getting taken away. I can watch. Fair. Totally. Flip a table and run. Dude, I would do that. W music, by the way, time. I like your dystopian shot. Yeah, you like it? Drinwin, I'm in my... This would be if I was ever like homeless, but I had like a... I had like my techie friends and they would be like, we'll turn your shopping cart into a full-ass vehicle. This would be it. Yeah, imagine. Alex, what? He said our free will belongs to, like, what can I say, lad? Well, it's up to you. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to smoke weed and chill, bro. It wouldn't be my thing. It wouldn't be my thing is what I'm trying to say. Snova! Hi, sweetheart! How are you? Yo, W music though. Doing pretty well. I love seeing you, girly. Snowf with a snowf. Meow. My strand skills have gone up to level 2 because I've been executing people with the strand.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Deliver and report. See, I have some. Oh, can I not deliver? I meant to the. What's 2 plus strand? What? 21. What did you ask her? If you could watch me?
Hold on. You're with Drawbridge, am I right?
Yeah.
The brigands weren't too much trouble.
They weren't.
Well, you look okay.
I destroyed them.
All right.
It's in good condition. Say it. Say it. Okay, that. Ew, don't be gross, turkey. Yeah, that's a little bit much, dude. That's. Yeah. I don't need to know. I don't need to know your personal life, dude.
Okay.
That's a wild thing to admit in like a Twitch chat. Yeah, but it's not here. It's not here, bro. You gotta be a little, I like to think as Twitch is like, you're in a public setting, right? Like going to the mall, right? And there's some things you arguably could say, and there's some things you probably shouldn't say in a crowded room. This is one of those things.
Noms bites French kisses and runs. I was never.
And then there, yeah, then there's whatever the fuck that was. Bye, turkey. You're nice, but you're something. Respectfully. A shotgun? W shotgun. Knobs bites French's kisses and runs. I was never. You're adorable. I hope you're doing well. I'm a plant. Dude, when do you think, guys, genuine question, do you think we could learn? Yeah, but don't be weird here, or don't be that kind of weird. You could be a little bit weird. I get it. I'm a dragon on the internet, but you don't gotta be like sexual or weird. Nobody wants to hear that business. Nobody wants to hear that you're freaky, like under the blankets kind of stuff. Plant photosynthesis. Guys, genuine question, can humans... I think they're leaving anyways, mean. It's okay. What does lad mean, Alex?
I lost some cargo near and dear to my heart, even though I tried my best to keep it safe. I've tracked it to this dangerous place. Too dangerous for someone like me.
Guy boy. Oh, is it actually a masculine term?
Something tells me you'll deliver. Get it? Anyway, if this
Thank you so much, Sam. I have high hopes for his
Now you made me forget my damn question.
see what comes of it. As for that
Can humans learn how to photosynthesize? Yes or no? Can we?
So, anyway,
Could we photosynthesize, my friends?
troubling new report. For one,
No? Oh, okay. Our cells do other stuff? Oh.
Needless to say, the anomalous tar current activity near Westport Knot. So we've got the I've got it.
Order completed. Well done.
Sam, take a good look at the tracks you've made.
We
Here in
metabolize?
this time and place, they have the power to give.
Whoa, cause when we unlock the music guy, we can play music from our shit.
Others who see them, and in time.
Missed the question, ad break. Maxwell, why do you cry? Lost the question. Oh, why did I read it as well? I know what you said. I know what you said. Wait, did I not have other carrier? Porgy lost. What games did they play? What games did they play? I need to know. I need to know. Oh, I'm at the wrong terminal. Or I'm at the right terminal. Alex, what's the lickies for? What's the difference between sub orders and standard orders? Sonic Racing, a fishing game, and I forgot. They played Gamble with your friends too, right? That sounds fun. I wonder who's gonna be on next week. Standard orders? I'm actually kind of. I mean, I'm okay with it too. That was a little weird.
He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses?
What's for regular food? That's for the lurk. Oh, I'm hungry, Alex. Why don't you feed me? Sub orders versus differences. You're beautiful, Kuro. Of sub orders. Yeah, it was just a little weird. I like trying to give people like chances. I'm okay with that decision though. Of sub orders and standard orders. What if they didn't know though? Or did they know? I don't know, Mead. I guess I don't care enough. Standard orders. Death Stranding 2. Narrative focus, optional side missions that were rewarded with unique weapons. Okay, so I want to do the sub orders. I definitely want to do the sub orders because it'll unlock stuff for me.
Sunday Tuber Showdown, Special Edition, Retro Games, Corgi vs. Merligos.
Oh, I love Merle. I love Merle. I used to live, well, no, never mind. I was about to say, I used to live close to Merle, but like, not really. You're broken? Okay. Were they a creep? You guys have to let me know if someone's a creep or not, okay? I feel like I'm too, like, innocent, I guess. And, like, I don't know. Maybe I give too much of the benefit of the doubt. I'll try to work better on that. You know what I mean? X to doubt. I used to live on the same planet as Merle. Did you guys know that? Love you too.
Thank you.
Minecraft, I love you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Did somebody set up a thing already? Is that like a... Okay. Take care, Sam. You too. I have some equipment here. Like this climbing anchor.
Feels good.
I'm a creep. Ba 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 ba. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? Remix. I don't belong here. I'm a creep, not a peep. Just hanging around. Some people say my actions mimic a clown, but I'm just trying to get to know you. I'm trying to form a bond. I'm trying to make you my everlasting song. sorry. Bro, I was remixing the song. Damn, son, where'd you learn that? Punk Panoy, how are you? Oh my god, I love you. I miss your streams. I love you. I watched you playing. I'll have you know. Project Winter is my favorite social deduction game. And when I saw you playing it, I was so excited. I was like, oh my god. You're playing one of my favorite games ever. It's so good, right? We'll have to rope you in next time. Please do, but like, never pressure. I don't want you to feel like, oh my god, we have to bring Hope in because like, if we don't, she's gonna complain on Blue Sky. She's gonna write a twit longer, even though nobody cares about Twitter anymore. She's not gonna add. She's gonna break my streak on Snapchat. She's gonna break my streak on Snapchat. What am I looking for here? Am I okay, guys? What am I doing here? Order located. Where? Oh, there. Aha. No, it's amazing. Oh, I love you too, sweethearts. Check. Oh, thank you, Alex. W mods, by the way. Hope will cancel you on MySpace. Not bad.
Have what was requested. All that remains now is to.
But W Punk Benoit, absolute amazing streamer. A super inspiration. Please consider checking them out.
Thanks for the help.
Hope we got to do a reaction. W. What is this rope? Wait, what is that? There we go. I'm such a sweet Hey, I like lifting you up because you one of the real ones. You one of the real ones. We have to bring Hope in or she'll start her villain arc. Guys, do you think I could have a villain arc? Do you think Kathy, I'll cancel them on RuneScape. Do you think if I had a villain arc, would I have more views? Okay, I'm up. W. Log on right now. I'm so bored. What were we playing the other day? I don't remember. What was the point of that? Oh, fuck me. Oh, good. Good thing my skeleton saved that fall. Hi, Joshy Munches. Let's start blue sky drama for the clout. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. Do we still like Arc Raiders? Kinda, but I don't play it. So, like, not really. I don't, like, I don't hate it. But there's nothing that's calling me back to the game. If I get shot by one more guy who says I'm friendly and escorts me to the train only to murderize my puh. But I get it. It's like I'm playing a PvP game, but you know what? A PvE extraction shooter would actually probably go hard. I think that's why I like the Call of Duty Zombies, guys. It was like an extraction, like Call of Duty Zombies style game. Or like in one of the Call of Duties, it was an extraction style. I know it got a little hate. But I actually liked it a lot. Yeah, Maxwell. I've never played Arc Raiders. It's alright. Overrated as if you ask me. 2 sessions later. I feel bad because I was liking it. I genuinely was liking it. But no one ever plays that with me. Payday 3 or Payday 2. After stream. I usually check my shit after stream. Sometimes I'll check stuff during stream, but...
Take on that order, huh? Okay, I'll check out the cargo. Look at the shine.
Yeah, we got a song. He loves us.
Allow me to express my gratitude with this data.
By leveling up a shotgun? Oh my god. And we got a song. Dude, fuck. Alex, that emote.
Do you have enough materials? Why don't I increase the amount?
Okay.
You are incredible.
Oh, this guy is so
With
nice.
talents like those, you might even catch their eye. The Tarlak twins, that is.
Wanna guess? I have no idea.
If you can, I would love it if you had to listen.
Okay. I'll listen for you.
Again, thank you. It's weird though. How did something I know I'd stored safely?
I mean, I
Who's coming? Who's coming right now? I want to see it. That is hi. How are you?
Please come back soon.
I like seeing your name around, Ratters. Hello. Maybe 3 if we got time. Oh. I have to watch them still, but I don't want to like watch them right yet. I don't have the time. I gotta cook some dinner after this, or else I'll end up ordering. I'll end up ordering, and I don't want to order when I have like nice, ready to be cooked chicken. Fabricate what though? Oh, is it because I have a new grenade or a shotgun? Shotguns might be fun. I like assault rifles though. I've been messing around assault rifles like a lot more. Are we just being sent to investigate something? We don't actually have to take anything? Say word. I'll cook us grilled cheese. That sounds good. Ratters, I hope you're having a good day. How are you? Bangas and mash. Oh, Yorkshire pudding.
Sufficient means to defend yourself?
Why do I need to defend myself? Yeah, I do. I have literally an assault rifle. Relax, bro. Where is it? Where is it? I swear I had weapons. I don't? I promise you guys I had weapons. My fault. No, but I'm not gonna watch it because I'm gonna watch that like on like in my Discord. I already plan to do the digital circus on my side. I thought I just watch it on stream and just be silly. Roxy! Watch it Saturday morning. Saturday morning cartoons. I'll watch episode 2. What did I want to make? Roxy! Roxy, what's for food tonight? And am I included? Not in the meal, to eat. I would like to eat. Yeah. Sauce to dragon wings? Like oh, like another me next is crazy. Like someone else's, right, Roxy? Sweats. Dude, this truck goes hard. Stay silent, no! Alex, no! I love Roxy though. Roxy's so sweet. Not my wings! Lars's wings, right? Sweats. Is that my voice? Is that my wings? Hold on. Ugh, people keep littering their old packages. Ugh. There you go. I have to do everything, guys. Oh. If I keep the lights on, it drains the batteries more. Nice slideshow you got here. Thanks. Why is this thing stopping? Whoa, why is it smooth on my screen? Why is it smooth on my screen but kind of choppy for you? Masora sauce them and call them Dragonfire. I did that for a Game of Thrones party. That actually sounds amazing. Wait, is it kind of like... Classic OBS? It's way smoother on my side, guys. And there's a mom on the hallway to the bathrooms. I sent you a DM. Laundry time. I gotta do my laundry later. Encourage me. Ah, why is that, Alex? Ah. Wait, I want to see Maz. Whoa, that's so badass, little PP. I love it. I'm back for the Quiznos. What's the Quiznos? Wait, how do you fix that shit? No, we're not doing... there's no digital circus happening until maybe next Saturday. Or the Subway. I like Quiznos and Subway. I've never tried Jimmy. Do I have a Jimmy John's in Canada? I'm too busy today. I'm too busy. I got shit to do. People to see and shit to do. Shit to see and people to do. Wait, shit to do and people. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh, you're a maple leaf. I've never had Quiznos. It's so yummy. No, Savvy! I'll miss you. What is this? What's that on Jersey Mike's? I've never had it. There's Subway shops. Bro, why is it slideshowy? On OBS, that's crazy. I promise you guys, I'm watching the most smoothest, like, gameplay ever. Shit to take people to piss. I have provolone cheese. Stop, I'm so hungry, guys. I thought they're waiting for the final episode to appear. Or I thought they were doing... Is your process part? You know what's funny is I can't change any of that, I think, unless I end stream. So it might low-key be like a post-stream fix. How do you set that? Maybe. I hope it doesn't fuck with other shit. Yeah, me too, Joshy. I love it when those like small like indie studios are getting in. Right, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I like. I shit myself about Markiplier's movie. Was like, we're making way for an age of like indie movies and stuff like that.
See anything suspicious?
Even if you don't like... Even if you don't like TDAC or whatever. Is it? I'd love to watch it again. Oh, it's The Cult. What the? Foxy. Whoa. Who is he?
Well, now, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
Oh my god, hello slideshow.
Long time, Sam.
Sandwich shops, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just a ghost.
Oh, are you?
Come to take my revenge on you and that bitch Fragile.
Damn!
All the way from the other side.
Hold on, help me. Help me. No, you were just... Yes, he is Jimmy John. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Oh my god. Guys, I feel like I can't VTube with this game sometimes. Let me... Dude, this is what AI is doing. This is what AI is doing to everything. Reduce anti-aliasing? But it's weird. Apply changes. Apply. It's weird that, like, I'm seeing it chill, like, you know? Bro, there's no such thing as anti-aliasing! It's at 60. Oh. This? What does that mean? W.
No point in trying to kill you.
Moshi Moshi Foxy.
But there are plenty of other ways to make you suffer.
Is this guy from the first game? Show me your face.
The kid kicked the bucket, huh?
Hey.
Shame.
Bug you. Don't talk about Lou like that.
Look in that coffin. Pod. Going on a walkabout. Well, that's touching. Even if you don't know a goddamn thing about Lou.
Bro, I was his dad. What do you mean? Yes. Hey, that's mine.
Can't kill you, you won't die, but you can lose everything you love.
Damn. Double die.
And torture yourself for the rest of time, knowing that death will never come for you. So you go on your little walkabout. Go wherever you want, but I will be damned if I let you link up this continent. Not because extinction's my creed, though, no.
What
I'm
then?
gonna build a world where fear and violence are king. And who do you think will come out on top, Sam? You?
Well, look at his
Your
mask.
network? Or me? With my more rough and tumble methods.
I mean, I'll kick your ass.
Just a good old-fashioned boss fight.
That's a rifle. Oh my god, Cobalt, hell yeah. Holy!
Cruelty or collaboration? The eternal choice. That's quite big. Let's put him to the test.
Roxy, why does it look exactly like you, IRL?
What a hit. Cliche, but that one's gonna hurt.
The boss, yes.
I'm afraid you've dropped some cargo, Sam.
Oh my god, you could drop that attitude and... Holy shit, it's kicking my ass, guys! get shit on? Don't let it. I like your ass. Oh, okay. W. Offload. What the? Okay, there we go. There we go. W, where's my assault rifle? Right here.
Your attacks don't seem to be making a dent. You may want to consider trying a different weapon, Sam.
The shotgun? Dude, I Dark Souls dodged. I Dark Souls dodged. Hey, thank you, mysterious man in the water. R1 grenade pistol. Let's go. Explosions work, right? The ass that kicks back. Real. Oh, forgot the equipment button. Oh, my ball sack. I'm gonna lose my mind if how do I throw the puppet off of me? If he comments on my fighting one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. Yes! Good aim! Good aim, good aim, good aim.
That one seems to have done some.
Good night, Goldie, I love you! Ow! Bad aim. Good aim. Good aim. W music, guys.
Well done, Sam. That last attack of yours seems to have left a mark.
Where's the other shotgun? Give me this. Let's go. This one. Bring me Edgar. Inferno, how's it going? When you say good aim, I think of 1A for the... I'm trying to say it like Jinxie, one of my favorite streamers. Dude, W dodge. Guys, I'm actually insane at this game. Rate my combat skills, W or L. W kill kaiju, yeah!
one seems to have done some damage.
It stepped on me. Oh, I dodged? Wait, this game is exactly like Dark Souls, guys. If you dodge at the right time, you actually get iframes. Can I get a GG's? Can I get a GG's?
That was amazing, Sam. Great work. Now let's get this place on the chiral network.
That went hard. I deserve an absolute massive GG for that. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, challenge runs, egg. No, I mean, no, not with. Oh, my base station fell off, guys. GG's. That's not some GG's. My VR setup is sad now. God, these boss fights are great. Oh. Little PP, it's so big. I saved you guys. Did you guys know there was a whole ass tar shit going on? 120%. Hold on. I believe I have a fix for this. Yeah, just turn it around. I believe I have a cheeky little, yeah, there we go. There we go. Talk to you, Moro. Love you. Say it back. I miss you. Have a good time. I love you back. You sound like Conquer in Conquer's Bad Fur Day. Wait, when I say what? GG? Yeah, there. Wow, thank you for the cheeks, Squishy. Yep. There we go.
We appreciate the help.
There we go.
I hope we can continue.
I want to play that game so bad.
Please use your Cupid to connect us.
She sounds like the lady that owes me a McFlurry at McDonald's. Is it insane? I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah. There we go. I love Conquer. Maybe I'll play that soon, guys. I kinda wanna play that. That's crazy. That's crazy that that game was on our Nintendo 64 or whatever. Plot twist, dreams isn't like ice. I love ice cream. McFlurry's all right. I would prefer like a Blizzard from Dairy Queen. But low key, low key. I mean, the McFlurries get the job done. I love ice cream though. And 64 and Xbox versions. Did they if I was to cough play it on stream, should I play the reloaded version or should I play like the original? Did they take away the swear words though in the reloaded version? I feel like, or did they add cooler things? I feel like the poop song is different.
Only prudent we study it. If we learn anything of value, we'll be sure to relay it to Drawbridge right away. Thanks again for coming to our rescue.
Oh, it does censor.
Sam, this is the president.
This is the president.
Due to your tireless efforts, West Fort Knot is now part of the chiral network. A great achievement.
Okay.
However,
I think I misremembered then.
the anomalous activity observed across the continent. Elsewhere, disruptions in the tar currents are growing ever more prevalent. Only by connecting all of Australia can we hope to resolve the situation.
Oh, the Xbox version voices are done. I guess I would have to find a. Wait, can you play the Xbox version through the Xbox app? I wonder. Hmm.
Order completed. Well done.
Order complete. Well done. Just play that. It'll be easier to cough. Ah, okay. Bad. I like that. I like it. I like it, Picasso. You know exactly what I was thinking about.
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated. The delivery will be assigned to another porter.
Oh, the floating carriers. Did I use? I think I've used them only once in the regular game. Yeah, just recycle this. Da da da. Okay, let's go wash up. And then we'll go to our next order. We'll go to the next order. Oh. There you are. Oh, I want to cook food so bad. I'm hungry. Oh, actually, I want to take a nap. Yeah, no, why, Maxwell? I was so close to getting my chicken nuggets. Sobs. Money, memory set. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I feel like I'm gonna like rage at like the platforming. It's just very slow and clunky. Oh god, it's okay. I actually really liked Banjo-Kazooie 1. I played it on stream a while ago. And that was actually kind of fun. Except for one. There was one. I think there was one level I actually almost lost my mind in. Because of how much platforming it had. And like... Am I shaking? That's too hard. Bro, I'd never shake my child like that. Holy. Yeah, then it might be all right. It might be. I'm sure there's gonna be one level though that drives me insane. Ew. I don't like how crunchy they are. Keep drinking. Why are you shaking? I was trying to soothe it, Roxy. I'm trying to be a mom, Roxy. Alright, let's go. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, let's get about to need that. Unless I was like gonna see a vision. Oh wait, what's that up there? Return. Oh, I low-key actually have to go back to the ship.
Very impressive work, Sam.
Give me some more story. Give me some more story. What is Fragile? I saw our old friend or some bitch. You're back, Maxwell.
Was it really Higgs?
It was Higgs.
call himself a ghost, but
He found a way back from the beach just so he could kill us.
Oh, him. So it is Higgs. Yeah, it
definitely
is.
his voice I heard. I didn't get a good look at his face, but yeah. He said he came back to get revenge on you and me.
That way, where did you go, Maxwell?
To link up Australia was just another way to do that.
They were all in red. Just like the ones at your place. That could have been him too.
You think that was Higgs? Did you see him hurt Lou?
I'm not sure.
Fragile, I need you to remember.
Oh, shit.
I caught a glimpse. But they were all wearing red. This is all my fault.
No, no, no.
I had him at my mercy on Amelie's beach. If I'd only finished him off, none of this would have happened.
I'm back. Hi, back. I'm Mom.
No. You can't blame yourself.
We'll just have to make sure he's dead in Death Stranding too. That's it.
You know, something's been bugging me.
What's been bugging you?
Something he said.
Okay, talk to me.
You don't know a goddamn thing about Lou.
Yeah.
It hit me after. He's absolutely right. I mean, the kid's whole life is a total mystery to me.
I mean, it's a child.
So I gotta ask.
What more is there to learn about?
Can you look into Lou's past? Find out what you can. Charlie, you, the ship's crew. You all have connections.
Oh, you're wondering. You're wondering his past as like a baby.
Archives that were recovered by the Chiral Network.
All right, Sam. Let's see what we can find on Lou.
Give me a like. Oh, okay, never mind. We're like one episode. We're like one like slippery slope away from like a Black Mirror episode with how we can like people in this game. Steven. You're so silly.
Really, Sam? There's such a thing as too tight.
I was cuddling the puppet.
I can't feel my legs.
Wait, he's a puppet. Can he feel anything? Respectfully. I need a pee, I think, guys.
Sam, this is Tarman. Feeling refreshed, I hope. Thanks to all your hard graft, the DHV Magellan can get around a lot more freely now.
Go pest girl. Oh. I wish you could pee for me. Oh.
Naturally, this includes Mexico as
So we can fast travel in quotation marks.
folks in the places you visited are getting on. You can catch up on any recent developments by accessing the corpus via your ring terminal.
Okay.
And to have the Magellan travel to a given facility, simply open the map with your ring terminal and chart a course to your destination.
Oh yeah. I like that. Sorry for that. It's crazy because we could go to the bathroom together technically. Arguably, we could both use the bathroom at the same time. We're peeing together. We're peeing together. What time is it? How long have I been streaming? It's already almost 4 hours? I might squeeze in one story mission before I wrap up.
If you refuse, there will be severe repercussions. But what makes you think you have a choice?
Who am I watching? Who? Okay. Okay, I need to absolutely piss myself.
Sam, it's Charlie. Another request is ready for you. You'll find it listed as a main order on the DHV Magellan's delivery terminal.
So I'm gonna be right back. 2 seconds. I'm not able to construct. I don't even know how to sit. There. Bro, that's my controller stick drift. That's crazy. There's no way that's... I need a new controller. All right. BRP, everyone.
So you know, Sam,
I'm gonna get some... Oh, it's this guy.
Meanwhile, Tarman is conducting a separate investigation into the giant mech that attacked you earlier.
Right.
For now, we would like you to focus on extending the network. That is a task only you can handle. As the network grows in size, we will have much more
Flash me the silly smile
to further our efforts. That said, you won't be able to proceed until the situation at West Fort Knot has been resolved. It appears that they're in dire need of additional supplies, to the point that they don't even have enough to prepare cargo for your next destination.
What?
This next order is intended to alleviate the situation.
Okay.
You're to restore the mine north of F1 and its monorail station to working order and link up West Fort Knot.
So do I have to find the supplies?
Deliver a large quantity of excavated materials from the mine to the settlement by rail.
Oh, I understand.
This is a somewhat complicated order. I'll brief you on the details as you review the map. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you could make this main order your top priority.
Okay, we can do that. That's not that bad. Okay, let me pee really quickly, guys. I'll be right back. Whoever, Kathy, you're in charge wherever you are. Burn it down, why? Call everyone at the... No, Bob never puts me... I literally said you were in charge. I'm a British Full Fat Nail Maze? I love that name so much. I nay. Full Fat Nail Maze is a crazy.
You'll need to work through several steps to complete this order.
Okay.
To begin with, collect the cache of materials waiting for you on the DHV Magellan.
Take these to the mine north of F1.
And when you arrive there, submit the materials using the terminal. Next, access the terminal. If all goes well, you'll then need to deliver those materials to West Fort Knot. Consider making use of the monorail located at the mine to make life easier. Upon your arrival at F1, use the delivery terminal to submit all the materials for processing and to find. That's all there is to it.
Well, that doesn't seem that complicated. He made it sound like I was gonna have to do like 50. Twin. Too tight. He made it sound like this was like the hardest job on earth. Although now, to be real here, I might not be able to cross like that. I think we're gonna actually, like, the monorail is non-existent right now, if I'm mistaken, because we have to bring the monorail online. We might have to, or do we? Oh no, we have to restore it. So yeah, we actually have to go around. There. There we go. Welcome back. Thank you. Pulls plunger off my face.
You can use a tri-cruiser to transport.
Twin, how are you? Are you being a good? Are you good? Are you being a good ferret today? You have any energy to dance? Heavy cargo across terrain ill-suited for vehicles.
If that sounds good to you, try fabricating one and look. And when you're not using the carrier for cargo, you can hop aboard and kick the ground and use it as a makeshift. Just remember that floating carriers require chiral crystals to function.
Will it not fit?
Throws the plunger at Hope's face.
Youch! Yeah, Dwight has the ferret dances! And Lucario, you have the dances and so jaunty! That's too much jaunty! What the? Hi, sweet jaunty, how are you?
Wiggles into chat.
Floating carriers can be loaded with cargo once deployed in the
I deploy it? John T, at tier 3, thank you so much, sweetheart. I miss you. Are you doing okay in life? Are you hanging in there? Lots of snuggle, lots of love. Eats you, bites you. Doge, I need to come nap on your lap. Okay, I got you. What's your favorite root beer? If I'm even to be particular with the root beer, Bark's root beer. For some reason, it's the bark on your bike. Thank you so much. Tier 3 is so generous, by the way. John T, I appreciate that a latte. Load into pickup. Load it all into my pickup. There we go. There we go. That's what I like.
There's another portrait.
Oh, root beer together. Do we? Is it good or bad? I come in here and hear this root beer slander. What do you mean? Maxwell, you have to dance. Lots of stuff going on. Good or bad? How is Barks the worst one? It's got that kick-ass bite like no others. Ginger beer? I don't think it is. A&W are buzzed? I mean, I'm not denying A&W is good. I just think Barks is like the best. Drink and rate them. Dwin, do you want to do the Hot Ones challenge with me on my stream? Thank you. Oh, hold X while viewing the map? I don't think I need to chart a course. Do I? This death chip I have? Oh my god. Am I gonna live after that death chip? Dude, I actually follow the monorail basically there. The furry date. Is it a dating app? I thought it was a friend making app. Do people go on Bark to date? Or can you make friends on Bark? Both? Lack of bisexual. We just you have to know. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared of that chip now. Dwin, play Forza with me. Dwin, play Sea of Thieves with me. No. The death chip. We were talking about the death chip. Sorry. No, Bark should still be there. Yeah, let's go, Dwin. At least you're not asking me any. What am I supposed to? What do you want? What do you want me to ask you? Do you want me to ask? Only get the one copy. Oh, I swear you would like. Oh, maybe you're not a racing. I won't push racing you. What have they been doing? Don't say that. I've been wanting to get back in the Sea of Thieves. What are they doing? Should I be mad too?
I just shit.
A gate quake? Oh shit. Right? Oh my god, oh my god. Does this have the Amber icon on it? Or is it okay? Can I even help this dude? No, you get all of the Sea of Thieves stuff for free? Damn, I'm jealous. I gotta check my Sea of Thieves. I gotta see if I fixed my Sea of Thieves stuff to win. Because I had to fuck with my emails a little bit because they weren't properly like hooked up or whatever. I like hooked up one and it changed the other. It was like, ugh. No, you're okay, Doge. You're okay. I do it on bar. Oh my god. Have you been seeing those Tinder? Like oh my god. Okay, Scales. My TikTok is literally filled with them. And it's that same like scam website or whatever that has like the red in it. It's just like, I found, you know, this was you on Tinder or whatever. Ugh. You have a pot roast sandwich and you're not sending it to me? That's actually a crazy decision. What does that mean? I've been wanting to like... I've been wanting to play Sea of Thieves and like go through all the shit. Private servers? Oh. Yes, please. Oh yeah, exactly. It's 100% too big. What into what? And you can call me Hope, sweetie. Please stop, twin. Oh my god, twin. I'm so fucking hungry. I'd pay you to be my personal chef. No, Hope, not Pope! Is the Pope chill IRL right now, or is he kinda not? The intro to what, though? This is what I got.
Not enough resources, huh? But what exactly are you lacking?
Someone raids you. Oh, the like, hi, my name is Hope. I'm a variety streamer. I'm your #1 panda dragon mom on the internet. I play a variety games, and Friday I play horror games. So if any of that tickles your toes, you know where to stick that nose. I don't think I can be clicker trained. I'm gonna be real. That's so funny. Panda Dragon. The current Pope is not having it, but that's someone from Chicago for you. Oh, that's fair. See, what was I gonna say? So yeah, exactly, Scales. The clicker noise for the clicker training like annoys me. I don't know why. It doesn't like feel good to my ears. You have to sit. Just ask me to sit down and you'll give it to me, and then I'm clicker trained by the food. I don't need the fucking click thingy or whatever. I just need the like. I'm clicker trained by the fucking smell of it, you know?
Well done, Sam.
I will force you, Hope. What does that mean? Hope is I'm not a cow. Moo. For the last time. I promise I'm not a cow. Mine for materials. Mine? Don't I tell it at the thing to mine? Why can't it mine? What do you mean? Oh, I need to gather chiral? Okay, hold on. But it's true though. And then I don't quit. Wow. Fucking explodes. What is this? Horn? Sandalweed? Also big tits. Twin, you were looking at my boobs? Boobs are the eyes of the chest? That's so funny.
Just like that, Sam.
Hi, Jack. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm happy to see you. I love seeing cool friends. Jake, too? Oh my god, Jake, you're a wonder. Hi. Wow, Hope, you're so... I know, I'm the funniest comedian. puts you in my... Oh my god. In my butt prison. Jack, why the flexes you? It flexes you, Jack. Catch me probably go through their profile, and be like, "Wow, you were gonna share." That's so funny. By the way, you should totally do that. Flex these nuts, not today. All right, tomorrow. Okay, how many special? What do I need? Sorry, what do I? Materials need special. I need 4,800 special alloys. Okay. So we mine the resources. I'm freaking out of here. I was just stopping. Oh, that's okay. I love you, Doge. I hope you have a beautiful Sunday. I hope I didn't scare you off today, but squish hugs.
Very good, Sam. Now all you have to do is load the extracted materials onto the
Monorail for this. Okay. Yeah, I'm spooked like a deer. Squishes your face. Wait, what? Confirm destination, load cargo. Oh, so this is how you load. This is how you'll be able to transfer like multiple stuff. That's cool. I kind of like this. Get on or off monorail? Oh shit, I should ride it, but that means I just... Do I ditch my truck? Let's get on the monorail. I want to ride it. I want to see what it's like. Load vehicles? There's no transportation vehicles? What do you mean? Oh well. I'm excited. Look! Yeah. That's so sick. We get to actually ride it.
if you want to stay safe.
The fact that you could jump down is crazy. I see it. I'm about to like, damn, wish I could have been there to cancel. That's cute. Dude, W relationship goals if you have that kind of like trust and you know stuff with your partner. Hell yeah. I wish this was super speed. This would be crazy if there was this like way fast. It's been stored in my private locker. Wait, but it needs to go here anyways, right? So I just interact with the terminal. Via the terminal. Okay. Deliver and report. The private locker is fair. Yeah. Deliver this cargo. All of it. Select. Take it all. It's all going. Yeah.
Did you actually manage to restore them?
Yeah, I'm so cool, girl. I got you.
With it back up and running,
I got you.
Transport materials from the mines. Right. Sorry. let's take a look at these materials you brought.
What, is there something wrong with it? That's what I thought. S rank.
Look at all this. I think it's safe to say we'll have nothing to worry about for a while.
Oh yeah. Yes, we can make the giant. Like we can make a truck. We can make a truck.
Some of our missing stuff, did you?
I mean, they're going to have some action with the werewolf, and I would be super because werewolves. You like invite me, invite me. Olivia, hook me up. Give me more stars. A battery unit.
If it's all right, we'd like you to have this.
Creases bat. Is this for my backpack? If so, that's amazing. Or just something to set on the side.
Just wanted to let you know that we're increasing the amount of materials you can withdraw.
Oh, thank you. About time. Uses timefall to recharge. Whoa. Uses timefall to recharge. So whenever it's raining, I'll recharge batteries. To build a structure in a flood-prone area. Okay. I appreciate that.
Here's a little something extra as thank.
What will she give me?
They sure weren't easy to come by. A real collector's item, I hear.
What is it? Glasses? I mean, they look good, but I feel like I was like expecting something different.
Appreciate your help.
The way she was talking.
It's gonna take an awful lot of resources to restore the other roads and monorails to working order. But at least with this monorail operational, you can bring us large shipments of materials with that.
Yeah.
We can fabricate pickup off-roaders now, by the way. I'm pretty fond of them myself.
Werewolves must be shared, should they? Or should they be greedily kept to yourself? Muhahaha.
Which I'm
They're
so grateful for the assistance.
good enough for cuddles. Hey, what about dragons? What about us, Scales? You're a dragon too. What do we get?
They should be able to prepare cargo for the next delivery too. But first, I have some information to share with you.
A Bolu? What's up a Bolu?
Return to the DHV Magellan.
You get nose boops? Crashes out. Hugs and free milkshakes? Oh, fuck. Alright. I complained for no reason. My fault. W Roxy. We'll go check what we found out about Lou.
Thank you, Sam. Very impressive work, Sam.
And even Breeze. And everyone came. They all came. Even the dragons. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for this. I forgot to take my meds today, guys. Guys, if you haven't taken your meds because I forgot, take your estrogens, take your testosterons, take your anxieties or your depressies or your whatever's.
How's it going?
Fuck me, dude.
I have updates for you, if you have time.
Yeah,
I think if you've learned more about Lou.
We followed up on the message Deadman left for you.
Can it just fly?
About how there was another BB-28, not Lou, who, according to the records, was decommissioned 4 years ago.
Okay.
The first time you and Lou met was about 2 years ago now, when you were entrusted with the BB previously issued to Bridges Corp's disposal. And together, the two of you made it all the way across North America.
I look math. Oh, thank you, Lovey.
Deadman and everyone else at Bridges, they all called Lou BB-28.
Right. Because that was Lou's serial number.
But there's another serial number. There's another.
We found the records for the BB storage facility.
Okay.
By cross-referencing the data with confirmed that after BB-28 was decommissioned 4 years ago, Lou was assigned the same designation and placed into storage.
Could it be a clone? Like, are they cloning children?
Instead of getting a new serial number.
Oh, Lou inherited an old one. But why? There must be a...
Following the C-section, it seems she passed away. And that pretty much is the extent of our recent discoveries.
Interesting.
Without a still mother to provide support, it makes sense that Lou was kept in reserve. But we still have no idea who approved the serial number reassignment, much less why they did it.
Right.
Higgs said there were things I didn't know. Maybe this is what he was talking about.
I think it could be.
I want to know everything about Lou.
You're playing his game, Sam. Chasing after the past is what Higgs wants you to do.
I need to know where Lou came from. I have to know.
If you're sure, Sam, I'll keep digging.
Yeah?
In the meantime, you should get plenty of rest before your next mission.
Okay. Burrito, I love you. Bitch baby needs to be born mother that our brain... What? I don't think I need to be birth with mothers who are brain dead. BBs are obtained through like they C-section the baby out before it's ready to be born. Be born to mother that are... I thought I'm pretty sure the mothers weren't all brain dead though. I swear. I'll look it up again. Maybe you're right, but I swear it wasn't all like a...
Sam, it's Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
Now ready for you. I'd also like to brief you on your next destination. And I believe...
Oh, do I rap Bob?
Visit the delivery terminal in West Fort Knott to take on the relevant...
It is kind of 4.5. Damn,
Decided to leave a few books for you. Right there by your bed. Reading is a wonderful way to take your mind...
Specifically femboy. Are we gonna see our tier list for you? Take on our main order at that fun terminal. I think this is where we pause. That's fair, Burrito. I swear they weren't all like brain dead though, cause like, wasn't Lou's mother not like brain dead? Show me feet pictures of that person. What does that mean? Hey, yo. What does that mean? Ah, scales. Nobody knew. These feet pics? How do you like them grippers? Is this the foot stream you're looking for? W. Who's and Sam's? Damn. But they could like talk and shit, right? Or did they become brain dead? That's I mean that's her. Can just be chilling. All right, I'm getting hungry. Human feet, Ratters. Do you have human feet IRL? Oh, the cat just cat's just chilling. I think we'll do a quick scrandle before we leave, though, friends. You know what? I haven't scranned in a minute, so I think we'll save. I think we'll save. And they could talk on the beach. I wish you would talk to me on the beach. What is that face for, ratters? Alright. It's done. It's over. GG's, as they say. But fairly not. What did I get pinged for? Okay. Yeah, that I know. But I still want to talk to you on the beach, on the whole. I need music. I need W music. I need W music. That's not W music. This is W music. Alright, guys. You know what time it is. Maxwell, it's your favorite time. It's your favorite time. I am wrapping up, but not before playing a wee bit of Scrandle. A wee bit of Scrandle. What? Don't be sad. Do you miss me, Mucario? 1 or 2? 1 or 2, what looks good? The double bacon cheeseburger with onion rings on the left for $4.50, or the loaded sausage roll on the right for $6. 2? You think 2, Roxy? To be fair, that sausage roll does look... I would absolutely make love to the sausage roll. Honestly, you still vote left. Marky, are you bacon too? Or what is Marky? Marky, you might be the tiebreaker here. Bumger? Okay, we'll put our thing. This shit too loud. This shit, or maybe it isn't, and I just have my volume jacked up. 2? You can't say 2. Now I have a tiebreaker. Steven, I'm hugging. Do I have to tiebreak? No, that's onion rings. All right, I think it goes to the burger. All right, that's just the bonus round. Now let's lock in. This is where we're actually members. Lolly's loaded bubble waffle for $6. Oh my god. Or a stadium wurst and a bun with mustard. Guys, I think 1. I think 1. Roxy, what do you mean 2? Excuse me? Roxy, do you not like the look of this thing? Would you not stick your dick in this? I would stuck my dick in this. I like wieners. That's her. Oh my god, I would fuck this. I don't even have a dick and I would stick my dick in this. That's what I'm saying. German sausage top tier though. I wonder what wins. Yeah, it sounds like it'll look good. Guys, I'm gonna be real. I think 1 wins. I might use my 1 streamer override on this one and vote 1, guys. If I'm wrong, I'll send feet pictures to everybody who voted for the hot dog. W. I told you guys. Damn. Spoiled again. Ratters, no! Fried chicken bites with a pint of acai? Or homemade cottage pie with gravy? Doesn't cottage pie fuck, guys? How is that a pie though with gravy? It's $7 on the right or $5 on the left? Do you think so? What's the right? This looks like it fucks. This looks like it fucks, but maybe you guys are right on the 1. Is cottage pie W or L? I'm seeing more 2s and 1s though. I see 1, 1, 2, 2. Ratters, well, Ratters doesn't like the pie. Yeah, it's only 4 chicken bites. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Roxy. You do get a beer though, with beef. I think I see more 2s though. I think I see more 2s. If it's 1, I'm sorry guys, but I think I see more 2s. Guys, lock in. Lock in, it was 1. Grilled sausage from Poland, that's $2, $2. Or garlic and pickled mushroom, guys. What the shit is this? Number 2 is gross. I'm joking, it's probably not that gross. Sorry, I should wait. They kind of did look meh. Alright, Silent, how about this? Christmas dinner in a cup for $4.50? Or a cheeseburger with onion and brown sauce for $5. Christmas looks like Christmas in a cup looks interesting. I'm actually curious about that. We can't even see it, right? Kind of was. Two. That looks like a sad Christmas dinner. 1, 2. What are they? They kind of are. They kind of are fugly though. That's why I'm scared. I know you guys, but does this not look really good? This thing here. Browns are disgusting. What do you mean? What do you mean? I would put Brussels sprouts inside of me. It was a funky cheeseburger. It is, and it's probably a good one too. Browns are lovely. Okay, revote, recount, guys. 1 or 2. No more opinions right now, just 1 or 2. I can count. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. 2 twos, 1, 1, 1. Everyone's voting 1. Alright, I'll see you guys. Where are my ones at? W people who voted 1. Okay, Brazil. BBQ and farofa? That actually looks good. For $1? Guys, it's the left for sure. For the price in this fucking economy for $1? Barbecue? Two? Oh, you think 1 less dry? And put on a plane? I don't know. Alright, 2 looks interesting. 2, I would eat the shit out of 2, but it's has to be better. And for $1, guys, you have to realize the price. Guys, you know what? I'm sorry for voting 1. Whoever voted 2. Cheesy chips on the left for $6.50. Cheesy chips on the right for $3.50. Everyone else can be wrong too. I pick what I want. Okay, fair. The bottom, it looks, oh my god, Steven, that's me. I'm not a meal, am I? It has to be 2. You just have to go with the better cheeses. And more cheese. What? A hot dog for $5 with a bun that looks as stale as my dead grandparents? Or an ice cream sandwich that sorry, that's so fucked up. Sorry, that's so fucked up, guys. Sorry, that's so guys, I'm assuming people want to is just to be weird. Yeah, last money friend. It is ice cream though. Truth Island. Are you guys actually voting 2? Wait, who's voting 2 here? There's no way y'all are voted 2. Dwin, what? What? It was the hot dog. Of course it was a hot dog. Guys! You know what? I went in on the cottage prize last time and we lost. But that cottage pie actually looks really good. Now that's a cottage pie 1-1. You think that sad ass that burger looks as cold as my soul. 420, I have to go with it. Roxy's right. Go 2. W people who chose 2. W people who chose 2. Half smoked hot dog with fried onion, coleslaw, bacon, and a drink for $22, or sausage chips and curry sauce. Dude, I would make love to both of these actually. Although that sausage looks a little dry on the right. Both. The pizza and mashed potatoes. Much better deal. Hey, can you hide the chat so we see number 1? Oh, I could, but then you don't get to vote. It's from the US though. Do you want to know where it is? It's from DC United. DC United, wherever that is. 2 looks like sex? Okay. Guys, W2. I can read it out. Perth Soccer Club, Australia is on the left. Hot dog with onion, with no onion to be found. I don't see it anywheres. Dude, number 1 looked like my genitalia pre-surgery. From the Perth Soccer Club on the... What the hell is the first one? Dog fell out. 2. What the hell is... And then the footy curry. The footy curry? Okay. That's hot. Yeah, community. We did it. Yeah, where's the biryani? We did it. W scandal. I have been slack. Let's do the Friday one. We missed the Friday ones. And biryani. We'll do the Friday one because we missed the Friday one, and Friday's usually the funny one. 1 or 2, ham and cheese wrap or a hot dog? One? You like the ham and cheese wrap? The ham and cheese wrap kind of looks good actually. What is that? What is AUT? Austria? Yo, we have an autism country! Wait, what the fuck is happening in the background? Yeah, the hot dog is like kind of like half there. That is, you're right. Rapid wine. 2 looks like Play-Doh. Okay, you got it. 1 then. From Kashima Antlers in Japan, hamyaki? Or from Japan, sausage on a stick? 310. This is ham steak. Hamyaki is ham steak apparent. Yo, chipolata. 1. 1 looks good. Guys, you were wrong. USA, Texas Furry Fiesta?
Did you know, a house made by lesbians are only tongue and groove? They're no studs anyway.
Okay, now I have to show you guys. I don't even know. Guys, they have TFF here. How do I show you? I don't even know how to turn off my text. But you guys have to trust me. On the left is from Texas Furry Fiesta. Look at this shit. They're both from Texas Furry Fiesta. Guys, they're knowing this. $11.30 for a grilled they got fucking scammed, if you ask me. Both got scammed. Junior Bunny with pickaxe. What the hell? Smeef, it's you. No, I'm joking too. We go for the crisp. What do you mean? What do you mean? That whole fucking thing was a scam. You say me, bullshit, right? Fucking glorp slam. Nope, I'm gone. Wait, but a cheeseburger or a hot dog? Which one? One or two? England versus England. What is wrong with England? Is it crazy? Ask Mega. He's 2-2. You think 2 over 1? Oh! How much time you got? Guys, it was 2. Sorry, Bean. What is... It's just words. It's just signs. It's just somebody sent signs. 3-course meal, 780 Twix, any flavor of Wicked or whatever this is, a WKD, or a snack bag, bottle of water, packet of crisp Mars bar Oreo cookies, a 6-pack of Oreo cookies for $5. Wait, guys, I think the one on the right is a better deal. I think Dwin, I think you're right, Dwin. But like, you look, you get so, it's a snack bag. Wicked. And alcohol? Okay. You guys are right. You guys are right. It was the alcohol, guys. Because you always win with Dwin. Hey. Hey, this is Scramble Gaby. You have to decide what was more popular. You get to vote. You have to decide which one is amazing onion sandwich or bread with lard. Onions and paprika. This bread looks so much better, guys. Wash your hands, bro, on the right one. I'm the guy that scoops the onions on. I'd rather eat... McDonald's is good, though. To be fair, Twin, McDonald's is W. Czech Republic and Hungary. No hope, I love McDonald's. I'm sorry. Canadian Mac is so good. A dimmy roll? It's literally dim sum in a bun. From Australia. Or for $4.80 or a Wigan kebab? Pie and gravy? It's a whole ass pie! Bro, it's a whole ass pie! It's a whole ass pie in a fucking... How? Well, I don't even... From... Dim sum is like pork buns. Like that like little thing. Gonna do some falcon. Oh, love you, Lucario. Take care, sweetheart. It has to be one. It has to be one. Oh, no! What the... What? We can't eat any of these? Question mark? I'm losing my goddamn mind, bro. A run free from the air, free for fans? One's from England, one's from Japan. Now they're taking the piss. Like, that's not a run. How do you know? Guys, it was 2. Japan is cleaner. That's fair. Bagged spring rolls in chili sauce on the right from Thailand. Or left, sorry. Or spicy sausage on the stick for 10 cents from Thailand as well. You get more food on the right. Left might fuck, though. Thailand. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. You're cute, though, Scales. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. W. Guys, the last one. Hot dog and a juice box. Free for parents? Wait, that's kind of cool. W Finland. W Finland. Yeah, low-key fuck Prime. The hot dog, I mean, yeah, you know what? Free for parents? Yeah, on the left. Yeah, exactly. Fuck Prime. Exactly. I'm glad we all agree. It's there's better stuff out there. There's better stuff out there. W Finland. All right. Thank you guys for amusing me. That was funny. Thank you guys for amusing me. Now I'm hungry. Now I've made myself sufficiently hungry. We did well. We did well on that one. For Friday being like a wild, like, I gotta do these more daily. Guys, every time I stream, remind me to do some Scrandle, okay? So then we can keep up our daily score, right? Now, to figure out who we're waiting. Oh, I can read. Vixie's live. I love Vixie. I'm happy that something in German came. Somebody from Germany came. Scandal with Hope and chat always fun. Hell yeah. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Who am I raiding? Big Circle has been hitting me with so many raids. You can raid Big Circle. What else is around? Wait, really, Silent? That's wild. Is that why I don't see Prime anywhere here? Ratters! You're so funny, Ratters. Okay, I think, Jolted Dosh? No, Jolted Dosh ended! Wolfin's playing Forza Horizon 6? I'm so mad at him.
On my bingo card, but
Vixie. Thanks to stream. Guys, who should I raid? Vixie? I haven't raided Monkey Shine. I don't think I've raided Monkey. Have I raided Monkey? No, he's BRB. Wow. Who the Fops? You know Vixie? I usually hit Vixie because I don't know if she knows this, but we keep hitting each other with back and forth raids. You'd still raid them? No, but I have a preference. Thought your preference was dragons, Roxy. Seeing your, you know. Yeah, but I always like when somebody greets my raids. Maybe that's kind of an L attitude on my part, but I always like it when somebody's there to greet my raids. Maxwell, what is that emote? Let me lock down at least Vixie. Let me lock down Vixie. Wait, guys, I'm sad. You want to know why I'm sad? Tomorrow and Tuesday are my days off. Tomorrow and Tuesday are my days off. I don't get to see you guys. Are y'all sad too, or not really? Ah, Max on the cheek squishies. Time for fishing. It is, but I might do some filming. I might do some filming in VR chat and edit a video really quick. I don't know. Don't be so... I have that. I'm glad I don't have to. Meets like, thank fuck. Thank fuck. Alright. All Arctic is doing. Guys, Todd, you can send me things in DMs. You can also follow my Blue Sky and I follow you back. And we'll chit chat. I don't use the messaging system. But if you want to see some W pics, guys, I'm actually, wait, can I gloat? Will you guys let me gloat for like 3 seconds? I don't do any photo editing at the moment, but check out these bananas really quickly. Yo. I take W photos, by the way. Rate my photo taking. I love you too, Attic. That's okay. Oh, Master, rate my photo taking. Okay, ignore that one. That's not a banana. Yo, W or L? W or L? I got a W or an L? Get to an N. I know. I'll get to all of the ludicrous, like, W6, 7? Oh my god. W, thank you. Thank you. Oh, that was me? That was me in volleyball having a disgusting save. I know my arm is through my boob, but I had such a disgusting save. This one is not, I can't do all the fancy camera stuff because of the, oh, maybe I can actually. I never tried to thought about that, but yeah, on the mushrooms, I wish it would grow. Anna, did you know? Anna, did you know that they used to torture people with how the way the bamboo grows? Because bamboo grows through anything. W picture, guys. The volleyball world is actually fun. Yes, it's my favorite torture. Yeah, that's so funny. Wait a second. Where am I in this? I was actually supposed to be in this picture. Where am I? I missed. Much like my bathroom, the stuff I missed. Wait, that sounds bad. I mean, it's interesting. Attic, who should I raid? I raid Vixie? Attic, do you like Vixie? I did. Chrono, I was just wrapping up. I was just wrapping up. Alright, guys. Check in, never heard of them? She's W, I promise. Yeah, I was wrapping up if that was okay. If that, you're almost, Chrono, almost time for you to come home. I'm excited. I missed you. Guys, always check on my bestie, Attic Monster. Always check on my bestie. If you're not following her and you're following me, we're like a dynamic duo, if you will. You're gonna see me on Attic stream actually tomorrow. I need to stream longer for you. What would I play? What do you want me to play? A League of Legends match real quick? AFK Journey? Do you want me to gamble with my friends? Do you want me to play Spider Fox and swing everywhere? Oh, you're allowed to recommend. Guys, we're playing Abiotic Factor tomorrow. We're playing Abiotic Factor tomorrow. And on Attic stream. And then if you tune in on Thursday, at the moment it's been a co-op stream with Attic and I exploring what Subnautica 2 has to offer. Guys, what's this game? What is this game? Skip. 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 When does this game get good? I hate this already. Look, it's a cat like a duck. It's a deer like a chipmunk, a squirrel. It's a bunny frog. It's a frog bunny. And then a spider fox, aka Roxy, was born. A spider fox. It looks exactly like Roxy. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. It looks exactly like Roxy. For yeah, man, see the corporation Ferality HR reached out to me. Ferality HR reached out to me and asked me to know what the two different pictures were and show me a picture of Roxy and show me a picture of the spider fox. I couldn't tell the difference. I couldn't tell the difference. It's a spider fox. It's a spider fox. Alright, it's so disturbing. You're asking, no, Roxy, I'm so sorry. Do you like this, Yushi? Yushi. Kyushi. Wait, what if we play this game on Wednesday, guys? What if we play this game on Wednesday? Wait, I actually might want to play this game on Wednesday. Both their Dom playing this game. Oh shit! Oh shit! It turned into a dog. Delete this game. Delete the tail. The tail. The tail. The tail. The tail. Holy shit. Can I swing? A bottom with 8 arms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what I'm saying. It's you. It's you. All right. If you want to take its trend win, it's a crazy statement. You get upgrades?
Now the main problem area is up here. All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
Guys, new Spider-Man. Oh, I died. Okay. You went to a real-time strategy game? Oh my god, that sounds funny. Okay. Okay, I'm done. I'm done, guys. I'm done showing you whatever that was. We were raiding someone. Yeah, I'm coming. You know what? Maybe it was a W Game Me. Tune in Wednesday to see more of that. Everyone, nobody shows up on Wednesday. Everyone's like, guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. I super appreciate it. I don't even know our raid message. Almost 5 hours. Keep going. No, I want to raid. I want to eat. It's okay. It basically is fine. I'm good at rounding because I have a tummy. I'm good at rounding. Pops. That's it. Tell you, Vixie. What did I say? Wait, what did I say? I love Vixie. Oh, you're telling Vixie that I said that was her? No, you can't. Guys, thank you so much for sharing. Ratters, you have a W day. Brono, YouTube, Maxwell, Roxy, Mead, Rinze, I love you. Spider Fox isn't real. It can't hurt. 30 seconds more of hope. Oh my god. I'm gonna cuck it all. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. Go say hi to Vixie. She's one of my favorite friends. I absolutely love gaming with her. She's super funny. Bye, Kathy. I love you guys. Check out my YouTubes or whatever on Monday and Tuesday. I'll be back Wednesday. Be there, be square, because technically you won't be around. Goodbye, everyone. I love you. I miss you all so much. Goodbye.